Welcome everyone to Youth 2.0 Europe. We're so happy to welcome you in today. Thank you firstly for choosing to be here and for making the conscious effort to aspire to be better versions of yourself. My name is Sharnya and I'm currently based in the UK and I'm a communications and media student at university. And with me, I have Benedetta.
Hello everyone, I'm Benedetta, I'm 30 years old. Actually, I'm Italian, but I'm living in Morocco. I work with children as a Brighter Minds trainer, which is a program that enhances cognitive skills in children and self-confidence. I'm also a dance teacher and a Heartfulness meditation trainer.
Thanks, Benedetta. Now, what is Youth 2.0 really about?
So the Youth 2.0 community is a virtual space designed for young people aged between 18 and 35 years old, who wherever feels young at heart. The group provides an opportunity for you to aspire and become your best version through live virtual events, thought-provoking conversation, creativity workshops, goal mapping tools, energy flow, exercise, and meditation testers with Heartfulness. That is a meditation based on the heart. The main aims of this event and this community is to allow you the opportunity to go within, connect with others, and express yourself. We had the first Youth 2.0 Global Online Youth Retreat on the themes Inspiration, Introspect, and Transformation in April from 24th to the 26th of April 2020. And then we had a second online retreat from North American that happened on May 30th and May 31st about introspect, connect, and express. These two events saw the participation of thousands of young people from all over the world. And so now it's time for Youth 2.0 Europe to begin. The creation process behind these next 3 days has created a lot of joy, new connection, and learnings.
And we hope that this translates to you guys at home throughout our sessions in this event. Now, in no way will we all transform by some magic into different human beings in just 3 days, but hopefully this event will introduce you to some thought-provoking discussions, workshops, and exercises, so you can kickstart your transformation journey on your own terms. Or maybe you're just here to discover something new. Either way, we're glad to welcome you. The sessions that will be taking place over the next 3 days are all connected with the themes Explore, Embrace, and Evolve. Starting with today's theme, Explore.
But before we get into the topics that we have lined up for today, I think we should find out a little bit more about you guys at home. So please jump on menti.com through your phone or another device near you, so you can continue tuning into our session here. Now you should be able to see 5-digit PIN on your screen from where you're participating in the session. Once you are in menti.com, just enter this PIN and it should take you to our questions. So we have a first question for you guys. We would love really to know, where are you tuning in from? Okay, I start seeing results. We have India, Netherlands, United Kingdom, Barcelona, Facebook, Kosovo, Berlin, nice, Denmark, welcome all. It's really nice to see all these people joining. Sweden, great, Netherlands, great, Romania. Oh, France is also in the room, nice.
India looks like a popular one.
Stockholm. Great. Nice. So the second question that we have is, when you think about exploring, what is the first thing you think of? It could be anything. Just put a word. Adventure. Experience. Karnakata. Nature and the world. Opening the heart. Nature. Treasure hunt. Love it. Possibilities. Self. Finding pleasures in life. Expanding horizons. Wandering. Thank you very much, guys. It's really nice to see all these meanings about one word. So we have the third question. Is there an aspect of yourself that you would like to develop? What would it be? So the third question, I just invite you to think a little bit now. If there is an aspect of yourself that you would like to develop, what would it be? Okay. Self-confidence and esteem, consciousness, imagination, obsessive character, discipline, personality. Okay, really nice. Thank you very much. Hope, speaking skills, creativity, self-awareness, communication, patience, balanced mind, confidence, capacity to love, regularity, priority setting, courage, great, awareness. Being in the moment. Focus on the essential. Great. Okay, thank you very much. We can pass to the next slide.
Now, to give you guys a little heads up on some of our sessions today, we'll be looking into the growth mindset, understanding what our barriers to success may be, exploring the field of spiritual humanism, and looking into yoga, meditation, creative silence, and these are just to name a few. So if you would like to access the full agenda at any point during the day, you can find it on our website. This is a downloadable form. And we also recommend that you keep a notebook or a pen handy during the day to take notes or participate in any workshop activities. For certain sessions, you may also need more, for example, a yoga mat or an A4 size sheet of paper, but we'll be sure to remind you of this before the sessions begin. It would also be useful to tune into these sessions through a laptop, so you can remain connected while accessing the Menti polls on other devices, such as your phone or a tablet.
And on a final note, we would love to give you a gentle reminder to remain open and respectful throughout the course of this event. When there are so many of us, we are likely to disagree sometimes. But if you remain open to welcoming the new ideas or simply agree to disagree, at other times, you may take away a new experience from this. So having said that, I think we are ready to move on to our first session. So for this session, we have Mark Milton with Clementine Raphel. So I want you all to welcome all of you to this first session of this live event. I want to introduce you firstly, Clementine Raphel, that she's a youth ambassador for Education for Peace Foundation. She has been working for 5 years with Education for Peace now. She has decided to dedicate her professional and personal path to advocate self-awareness in education for the future generation. Intrigued on how to make a change in the educational system to give youth the tools that schools usually doesn't teach, such as dealing with emotion and relationships, she started her path. In parallel, she has been studying science of education in Geneva University and finishing a teacher training in Kundalini Yoga. She is passionate about all that has to do with the exploration and liberation of the self in its multiple dimensions: physical, emotional, relational, energetical, and spiritual. And with Clementine, we will have Mark Anthony Milton, who is the founder and director of the Swiss-based foundation Education for Peace, A for Peace. Created in 2002, the foundation works internationally to promote the integration of skills in self-awareness, listening, and mastery of emotions into the educational curriculum of youth, including sports education. His earlier experience, first as a volunteer and then as director of an organization that operates hotlines for emotional support and suicide prevention, and his successful path as a business consultant specializing in communication and organizational development have greatly contributed to the work of Education for Peace. From 2001 to 2010, Mark was chairman of the International Federation of Telephone Emergency Services, with 600 centers in 28 countries. He initiated many activities to promote listening skills, as well as the first International Congress on the theme of emotional health in 2007, co-sponsored by the World Health Organization. In 2008, he was part of the team which initiated the Spirit of Humanity Forum, which is held every 2 years in Iceland. He has led the Education for Peace groundbreaking work with international and national football federations to officially introduce self-awareness and attitude on the fifth skill, teaching listening skills and empathetic communication that paved the way for resilience and relational consciousness. He served as an expert on the above topics for national and international organizations in all sports. Mark is the co-author of the books Master of Your Emotion Football, A Path to Self-Awareness and Peacefulness. So welcome, Mark and Clementine. Hello.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Oh. Really nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, yes.
So we're really glad to be the first one starting this beautiful event. And yeah, we are very grateful for having this beautiful opportunity. And we will just start by presenting ourselves, and I will let you go, Mark, just sharing about your path and your relationship to listening and silence, which is the main topic of today.
Yeah, thank you, Clementine. Thank you. Yeah, we're really honored to be part of this beautiful event. and to have the honor to start this all together. I think you're going to go into 3 amazing days where so much resources, so much life experience is going to be shared and offered to all of you. And I wish you really a wonderful time. So yeah, we're going to first present ourselves a little bit with Clementine, and then we're going to offer you actually a live experience. And it's actually something quite unique that it's going to be the first time for us that we're going to be offering it like this publicly. So as Benedetta, and thank you so much for your presentation, then Benedetta mentioned, I've been working actually for many years now, nearly 30 years, in the field of listening. And since I was a kid, actually a teenager, I was passionate by adults who could listen. I could really see that some adults were listening to people and some were not. And one of the things quite easy to observe was some people tend to interrupt quite quickly people. And some, when they're interrupted, it's okay. They just stop speaking and they listen. And I really appreciated that way of being. And when I was 30, I was really fortunate to become a listener in a suicide prevention hotline. So there's suicide prevention hotlines all over the world, practically in every country of the world, and you can train to be a volunteer listener. And I really learned how to listen, what we call active listening or empathic listening, and about how, particularly in difficult situations, because you can imagine that when you're listening in a suicide prevention and you have people calling who don't want to live anymore, and of course that's not all of the calls, but it is some, but people who call usually they're in distress. And I really learned the difference between what to say and how to be. And often when we have lots of things we could say to reassure or ideas, what to do. But the first important thing is really about, wait, let's connect with myself, and how can I actually offer presence, which is going to be of support to the other just by who I am and how I'm being right now. And you know what I learned is that actually it's so important, if you want to learn how to listen to others, that you first start to learn how to listen to yourself. Because you can't listen to others better than you're able to listen to yourself. And I'll give you just an example. When we were training in the center, I realized that some people were more afraid to have certain calls than others. For example, for me, it was, what shall I do if somebody's called and said they've already done the necessary to stop living? But others, it was more, oh, what if somebody had abused child? Or so we all have our places where it's going to be more difficult for us to listen. And if we learn how to listen what's happening inside ourselves, we're going to open our space to listen to others. So yeah, I was very fortunate to live that experience. And since then, so since nearly 30 years, I've been dedicating my life, my work, to how to make listening available to everybody. My dream, and 30 years ago, it was a illusion dream. It's that kids in school are going to learn how to listen. I realized if I could have learned how to listen when I was a kid, I would have had another childhood, another life. It would have been so different, because listening is our entry door to connecting, not just to others, but to ourselves and to life. If you think about it, we're not just listening with our ears, but we listen with all our senses. So what we're going to be sharing with you today is actually quite amazing, because I've been inspired by developing many tools to make, and approaches to make listening accessible. And the creative silence is actually it's come out not that long ago. And but I won't say more. I'll let Clementine now say a few words about yourself also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much. Yeah, well, this is very touching to hear you talk, Mark, because it really connects me to what happened for me and what made me come to such a feeling of I need to listen to myself, and it really comes back to school on my side. As Benedetta introduced me, thank you, Benedetta. She said that I'm learning science of education in Geneva, actually. And I think I went studying science of education because in my own path, I've had quite a lot of struggle at schools. I was a very, I mean, how could I say that? I'm a very good kid and like having the perfect notes and having very good grades and all that. But I was feeling very insecure. I was feeling unconfident. I was having a lot of anxiety. And yeah, I came to a point where I asked myself, I've learned so much with school about, like French and math and all of that. But what about dealing with my emotion? What about dealing with relationships? And it really became clear to me that there was really something missing into the educational system, which was really about self-inquiry, discovering about yourself and, understanding your emotion and managing to deal with them, accept them, explore them. And so this has been really something that actually made me meet with you, Mark, because when I finished high school, I felt, okay, I don't want to go directly to university. I want to be learning about myself, and I want to explore that, that all these notions around listening to yourself, around self-discovery. And that's how I started 5 years ago working with Mark as a youth ambassador of Education for Peace. And after that, 2 years after, I started learning about science of education in university. But yeah, for me, what I feel right now, if I connect to that notion of listening, is really that capacity, which helps me so much in my life, in my relationships, of observing yourself, finding that distance where you can see your thoughts, your own reactions, and where I can see my emotions, my needs. And for me, it's a tool, and it's not even a tool, it's just like something that's, yeah, you can practice, that is really helping me connecting with myself, actually. And for me, exploring myself, understanding how I work, my own reaction, my own emotions, is just like a life gift, because it really helps dealing with life. And so that I really associate listening to observing. And yeah, and silence is something very new to me. Like, I've started being more silenced the 5 last year, thanks to Mark, I would say, because you really taught me how to listen to. But I feel like silence is also real, as you said, Mark, an entrance to connecting to yourself and others. And I'm very chatty, so at the beginning, silence was a bit uncomfortable to me. But the more I try to get comfortable with it, the more I feel a connection with myself as a whole, not only the head and the thoughts, but also the emotion and also the body, something really more, feeling more grounded into myself. So yeah, this is it for my explanation and presentation, and I will pass it on to you, Mark.
Thank you so much, Clementine. It's always a pleasure to hear your journey and to be doing all this work we've been doing together for nearly 5 years now. And yeah, thank you. I want to maybe share a couple of things. And it's true that the notion of silence, first maybe, when I started in this space nearly 30 years ago, as I said, it was very much surrounded by psychology. We were very much in a world of understanding things, explaining things, working with quite a lot of our rational minds, the right side, right, and the left, and what listening is really about, it's really entering another space where, as Clementine was saying, it's more about moving from analyzing to observing, which is very different. And I'll mention a poem, and maybe some of you probably know Rumi, who's amazing, beautiful Sufi poet. And the beginning of one of his poems, which for me is my favorite, he says the following. He says, "Beyond ideas of right doing or wrongdoing, there's a field, and I will meet you there." And that expresses, I find so beautifully, what we're going to be exploring together in this silent, creative silence, but also that there is a space where we can listen without trying to rationally understand things, but we can be present, see how it touches us, because we are touched when we hear things. And as Clementine was saying, learning how to make the difference between what I'm thinking or what I'm feeling, which is about me, and trying to put that aside and start to develop another space, a new space, which is beyond what I think or how I feel. And of course, those of you, and I imagine that many of you, if you're in this webinar today, have been curious about meditation, or maybe are practicing a lot of meditation. So you know that meditation is actually a practice to calm our minds, to start looking at our thoughts and opinions and emotions as clouds that go by, and realizing there is a space beyond that. And I think that's today more than ever, I think as human beings, it's important that we develop this space, because that's where we connect with love, where we connect to wisdom, to opening our hearts and listening. And I really feel that today there's something very special happening in the world. We're all, wherever we are in the world, of course, going through this amazing time of the pandemic. And it's also showing, it's such a revelation of where we are as human beings in 2020. How are we living? How are we consuming? How are we living our lives? How are we connecting together? And I truly believe that the state of the planet in terms of ecology is simply a reflection, a mirror of how we are living our relationships. If we were living more love with ourselves and with each other, our planet we'd be offering the same relationship to our planet. It would be taking care of her. So it's essential that we learn how to take care of ourselves and others. And this is what we're looking so forward with Clementine to share with you. So I think we're ready to start the experience, but maybe the first thing we're going to do before letting all our friends in is the Menti Mentor. Do you want to mention Clementine?
Yeah, so we have a question on Menti Mentor for you before having, as Mark said, friends who are going to be invited. This is a little surprise. So the experience we are going to do is going to be with people around, and of course you at home will be invited to explore and experience it with us. And so we have a question for you around listening. I think the Mentimeter is just shared there. Huh?
Yeah, I guess is the question. There we are. It's up.
Yes. Okay, great. So you might be able to see, how do you feel when you are really listened to? So with Mark, we just shared how, the notion of silence, what it brings to us. And maybe you have all experiments also, feeling differently when you feel listened to by someone, or when you don't feel listened to.
So accepted, loved, appreciated, important, seen, grateful, light, understanding, wonderful. Yeah. Loved is coming up highly. Yeah. So we're really seeing how being really listened to is so nourishing. I think it's one of our biggest needs as human beings. And of being listened and accepted. Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm really touched by the word seen, because there's really something about feeling seen. It's just not just physically, it really speaks to me about the notion of feeling seen in what you are, in what you feel, and accepted with how you are.
Yeah. Fantastic. Appreciated,
Beautiful.
comforted. All these values when we see this, we can probably so easily all accept, wow, let's put some energy in learning how to listen how to learn. And while I want to share something with you, which is so important, it's to understand that once we decide that we want to learn how to listen, the beautiful thing is it's a life journey. There's no moment when you can say, I made it. I know how to listen now. You can be sure that if you say that, life is going to catch you up. So it's really something that to nourish during all our life, to learn how to listen.
And if I may add, Mark, I feel, I imagine also how much, in my experience, depending on who you listen to, then you will have different reactions. So it's always also an opportunity to listen to your own self and explore yourself, because when someone says something, depending on what he's saying, depending on what the thematic he's talking about, it can go and touch things that actually belongs to you, and it's also an opportunity to go and listen to yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Clementine. Listening to others is always a mirror for ourselves.
Yeah.
Because you're saying, somebody may say something and Clementine may respond or react totally differently than me and all of us. So it's really about our interconnection. So shall we?
Yeah, I think we can slowly close that Menti. Thank you so much for participating. Yeah. And yes, we can connect with our friends and guests.
So we'll ask them to open up their videos so we can see them. There we are. Ta-da! Hi, good to see you all. There we are. Wonderful. Hi. So how about maybe we could just do something for all the people who are joining us that we don't see, and it's amazing. We're hundreds. We're over 1,000 today connected. That's so fantastic. Maybe it would be nice for everybody if we could just, indeed, when we're not talking, it's good that we mute. But maybe you could each just unmute yourself and say your name and where you're from and which part of the world you are.
Okay, I'm Annelies. I'm in Stockholm in Sweden.
I'm Brun and I'm from Switzerland.
Hello, I'm Harihar and I'm from India, but right now I'm in Barcelona.
Hi, I'm Lavanya. I'm from Birmingham, UK, but originally from India.
I am Vedo. I'm from India, but currently living in London, UK.
Hello, I'm Sharanya, and I'm currently living close to London.
Hello, I'm Benedetta, and I'm from Italy, but I'm living in Morocco.
Okay, anybody else want to present themselves? We didn't say actually Clementine where we are. So I'm English. I'm born in England, but living most of my life in Switzerland. I'm actually currently in Switzerland.
And I'm also from Switzerland, but currently in south of France, getting prepared for vacation.
Okay, so Mansour, do you want to just say where you're from?
Yeah, I'm Mansour. Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Mansour. I'm from France. I live in Paris. I'm in Paris right now. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. Wonderful. So we're going to, well, thank you for accepting to be with us and for your courage to come into this experience. And what we'd like to do is we would like this to be an experience where we're going to be living it together, but I'm thinking again of all the people who are looking today. And I'd like to tell everybody who's not here but are listening and looking that you can actually also live this experience. So beyond observing, is that you can actually, if you have a pen and a paper, if you want, you can write down whatever you would say. But this will become more precise when I explain what we're going to be going through. So what we're going to be sharing with you with Clementine, it's we've called it the creative silence. So it's a space of creative silence. When we live silence with ourselves, with others, what we usually do is we take a dedicated time. We say, like, we always start our meetings with a minute of silence, and we always finish our meetings with a minute of silence, because silence really brings us to our inner peace, or not. Our attitude, the way we are with silence, says a lot about how we are in terms of our being. And if we're in an uncomfortable place, usually we're not going to be comfortable in silence. So it's a beautiful space to learn about ourselves and learn how to nurture our inner peace through silence, which is why meditation and mindfulness is so much also about going into silence. So this is going to be a creative silence. So what does creative silence mean? What it means is that we're going to go through a time of silence, which will probably be a bit more than 10 minutes. And you're going to be able to actually interrupt the silence if you want. The best way to explain this is the following. Imagine that you're going to have some time cooking with your friends and putting the music you love together, right? And so those who maybe haven't done that through cooking, maybe you've done it through other experiences, but something where you're with a friend or your partner or a member of a family, and you're just doing something you love, and you have this background, this music in the background. And what happens is that when we're not talking to each other, we connect to the music, and there's this atmosphere behind us, and we're just listening to it. And suddenly somebody says something. Oh, and we go back to what we're doing. Then say something else and we go back. So we're going to do that together, but our favorite music is going to be silence. So that means that when we are not talking together and we're in silence, that's fine. It's our home. And we don't, so this is the first, there's 3 golden rules we're going to present to you. The first one is you don't have to say anything. If you don't want to say anything during the 10 minutes, don't say anything. And if you do, share whatever you want to share. And that's the second golden rule. What you're going to share doesn't have to be connected to what the one before said. When we're in meetings or together, the way conversations go is that we usually say something which is connected to what the others say. We're trying to make sense and to be coherent and with our logic. Here you can put that aside. You remember the Rumi's field. Put this aside. Each one of us is going to only express what we want to express and whatever comes to our mind or to our heart. And the third and last golden rule is just make sure that when you decide to talk, if you do, that you leave 1 or 2 seconds before the one before talked. So if you're going to talk straight away after somebody, just leave 1 or 2 seconds. And this is to inspire the pace. Because the beautiful thing is that this is a wonderful practice to bring a different pace in our way of listening, of being, of talking. And actually, if you take the word pace and add an E in front of the P, we get peace. And actually taking care of the pace really brings peace. So Clementine, would you like to add anything before we go into the exercise. You're gonna guide us in the exercise. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I think it was all said, and I will lead you with pleasure just to a few seconds of grounding and connecting to the self, so that when you leave the experience, you're really connected to whatever comes and pops up in the heart or the mind. And as Mark said, you just feel free if you feel like sharing, or if you don't. That's the space of the creative silence.
Thanks, Clementine. So just before, we just want to make sure that you are all comfortable, that you've understood what we're going to be doing together. And if any one of you didn't, just lift your hand up. And if I don't see any hands up, that's great. So it must have been very clear then. So as Clementine said, if whatever you want to share, if you want to share, it can be anything. Clementine, let's go for it. Oh, sorry, excuse me. One last thing. 1 minute before the end, maybe let's make it 1.5 minutes. I will let you know, so that if there was something you were waiting, you know that you'll have another 1.5 minutes to share if you want. Now I'll shut up.
Okay, so I will invite you all, and also the person that are not seen on the screen, that are just with us on Facebook, on YouTube. I will invite all of you to close your eyes slowly. And slowly you will take the time as you exhale to feel the connection you have with the ground. So you might be seated, you might feel probably the feet on the ground, depending on how you're seated. You just take the time to just feel the ground and the gravity. Then when you will inhale, you will just connect with the bottom of your spine and just feel the expansion going from the bottom of the spine and going upwards to the top of your head. And you exhale and you go back to the ground. You feel the connection to the ground. You can actually even feel roots going down in the earth. And each inhale, you feel the connection with the bottom of the spine, and you feel just the energy going upwards on the spine and going up to the top of your head. Then another time, you exhale and you feel the gravity. You feel grounded, connected to your body, feeling present to yourself, feeling the connection with the earth. And you inhale, you will feel the expansion, the energy going upwards on the spine. Then a final exhale, and you feel again that connection and gravity, just sensation of being in your body, being there. And we will just start entering that space of creative silence, allowing silence to be the background music. Just wanted to share how amazed I am about how you can really sometimes feel emotion physically in your body. And I just feel, when being surrounded by that silence, I really feel physically somewhere in my body excitement, joy, and happiness. And just feeling very grateful to be connected with that feeling, physical and emotional.
Yeah, I'd like to share that I'm feeling very connected with all of you, and actually, I'm actually feeling the presence of all those that we're not seeing. I can sense that there's yeah, the intensity of attention of being together, and I love this space of silence, which is kind of where we can meet beyond all our beliefs, beyond our religions, it's like it's a family place.
I would like to share something. I feel that the space of the silence is very protective. It feels like a very large bubble in which I am safe. And even though I hear noises from my neighbors, for example, at the moment, it feels like they are trying to hammer and break through the bubble, but it's not possible because the peace and silent bubble is very, very strong and safe.
And I'm feeling the need to take time off and drift away from the worldly responsibilities and take time to myself and understand what's going on inside of me, the need to feel responsible for my own well-being more than the responsibility of duties, like you'd say.
What I feel I love about this experience and the rules also is the fact that there are no expectation of nothing, and it just feels so nice not to feel, like any pressure about anything. You can just be exactly as you are. And that notion of no expectation brings such a feeling of lightness to me.
I'd like to share how I'm feeling. I was deeply moved when Clementine was asking us to do the inhalation and exhalation and connect to ourselves. And the feeling that I got at that moment was, I felt deeply accepted, and I felt like I was with my people. And it also reminded me of a conversation that I had with my friends this morning, where we were talking about how we feel at home with each other. It reminded me of that conversation, and there too I felt accepted just the way I feel now here.
I feel that I love to be like this, with eyes closed and just feeling this current of love and peace that is circulating inside my system.
I would like to share something. So I felt that, we have taken it for granted that the world is like a very noisy place and only occasionally we have silence. Whereas now I was feeling like the silence is always there and it's the noise that is sometimes occasional, but we're just not able to tune into that silence. So now it feels like I'm almost reaching a familiar place which feels safe and peaceful.
Just to let you know that we have another little 2 minutes.
I would like to share something. As I just shut my eyes, I can feel a flow in my body, which is in line with my inhalation. And as Clementine said, when you inhale, you feel a flow pulling you upwards, and exhale to the ground. I can feel that flow within me. And it's a very nurturing feeling.
Also, I just wanted to share about the quality of the silence, because where I am, it's not an outward silence. I'm hearing a lot of things, but then through this experience, I feel like the silence is actually growing in me, and I'm letting space in myself for silence. So I can connect to what you said, Vito, about silence being all around. I think silence is inside of us also, and we can let the space for it to grow.
Thank you. It's always difficult for me to close a space like this, because I could personally stay like this with you a long time. And actually, usually these times are longer, but because of what we're experiencing, we only have a few more minutes. So I want to really thank you deeply for everything you shared. And before we listen to you with Clementine, there's another Mentimeter, I think, huh? Well,
we wanted to invite also the whole audience to, now that you've been experiencing also that creative silence, and that we've been exploring that notion of silence, we wanted to invite you to share what emotion are related to that notion of silence. Because as you said, Mark, sometimes it can also be uncomfortable. As I also shared in my experience, sometimes it has been as I'm very chatty, I thought, oh my God, when it's silence, I don't know what to do. And actually, there's nothing to do, and it's something, a practice, and you can, be more and more comfortable with it. But we wanted to explore what emotion you would relate with silence. So we invite all the audience to participate.
So while I guess the question is going to be coming up on the Menti.
I see that, yeah.
And so while it comes up and while we see how all of you feel there, what emotion describes the way you feel when you are in silence? We'd love to hear that from all of you. And relaxing and maybe fulfilling, calm, heartbeats, peace, wonderful, pure, safe, relaxing. So Clementine, I'm realizing we only have 3 more minutes, and I know we want to share as a gift to everybody a little text with you, a little poem. So maybe just before we could ask, we have just a minute or two, if one of you and the participants here, while we're seeing everybody what's coming out, would anybody want to share anything while we're seeing the Mentimeter?
Yeah, I would like to say that as you can see in the Mentimeter, it's very clear that peace, calm, and happy are one of the most important things, and one of the most important emotions that people relate to in silence. And also, you can see that there is safe somewhere floating around. So, as you can, the point I wanted to make was about how these few emotions are interrelated amongst each other. The more calmer you are, the more peaceful you feel. The more peaceful you feel, the more happier you are, and the more happier you feel safe in your own space, you feel safe with what you have, and you don't feel the need, like at times when you, like in this generation, like as a commit, like you would like to say, there are many people who fear they have a fear of not being accepted. They have a fear of, like, the millennials call it FOMO, the fun of missing out on many things. So they just have I don't know how do you say it, like they feel disrespected at times if people don't accept them into groups, if people don't agree with what they have to say about their opinions and etc. So safe is still a very powerful emotion that needs to be, I would personally feel more safer because I have myself to talk to constantly throughout the time when we were silent and my eyes was closed. I was having a dialogue with myself. I was talking to myself. I was putting myself in scenarios, having conversations, and still it somehow felt really peaceful because in this kind of scenario, you're exactly hearing what you want and you're saying what you want. So there's no way that you're feeling anything negative. It's always positive.
Thank you very much, Harry. This is very mindful and heartful and a beautiful way to close because it's already 3, so we finished, and I could go on I'd love to continue, but we'd like to finish with Clementine with a text with you. So thanking you so much, those who are here on the screen, but all of you who have simply been with us. And shall we go, Clementine, to close?
Yeah, I think maybe we can just close the Menti. Thank you so much for those who participate in all the words you said. Is really, they really echoes. And yeah, I think we could totally finish. Thank you again, everyone.
So here it goes. So this is a poem by Steve Taylor, a poet we really appreciate. When you find yourself wondering how you're going to pass the time, and you scramble for arrangements to fill the uneasy emptiness.
When you find yourself wishing you were someone else, and stare enviously at the pages of the magazines, wishing for better or more.
When you catch yourself feeling that something's not quite right, but can't pin down what it is, and solitude feels unnerving, as if the room were filled with restless ghosts.
When you catch your mind clinging to future dreams, looking forward to holidays a little too much, and you feel hungry for noise and activity to immerse yourself in and forget.
It's only a sign that you've lost yourself, that there's a fog of worries and responsibilities whirling through your mind, standing between you and the warmth and light and spacious radiance of being.
It's only a sign that you've pushed yourself so hard that you've dried up like a river in summer and can't meet up with the ocean.
You don't need to do anything.
You need to do nothing.
To lift yourself out of the noise and stress until the fog has cleared.
And your being has settled to stillness.
And the connection forms itself again. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Everyone.
Thank you so much.
And we hand it over to Benedetta and Sharayana.
That was a beautiful session. Thank you so much, Mark and Clementine. I feel so much more calmer and just more inspired in general. Now, since our next session is all about understanding the growth mindset, it only makes sense to look into our own routines and think about how we can optimize our time. Sorry. Sorry, just have a few technical difficulties. Yes. And think about how we can optimize our time to do everything that we want to. So after all, even the richest man in the world has only 24 hours in a day. So why don't you have a go at writing down 3 things that you'd like to try and incorporate into your daily routines? It could be something as simple as waking up earlier to exercise, or maybe enjoying your morning tea in the garden as the sun rises. And this is a little quote that I like to let me feel like nothing is too achievable. Now, up next, we have Camila Hurtado to talk to us about the growth mindset alongside Diksha Hegde, who is a psychology student and a learning scientist. In her session, Camila will be talking us through how we can tap into our potential and use our strengths to fuel us further. And we can hardly wait to hear more. Over to you, Diksha.
Thanks, Sharanya. It's personally an honor for me to share this space with Camila, because we share a passion for learning. We met at Allianz, where Camila works as an executive coach. Although currently she's on maternity leave and surrounded by her 4 children. I attended one of her workshops on the growth mindset, and that's what led me to invite her to this event. Camila is married to a Swiss-German citizen, and she currently lives in Munich, but she's lived across Europe in different cities. She's originally from Colombia and is a psychologist. She has experience in family therapy as well as in coaching for executives. And her focus is on positive psychology and enabling others to tap into their potential. So Camila, thank you so much for jumping in without any hesitation. It's been a pleasure to work with you and to see your conviction in this event. And I'm really looking forward to your workshop now.
Oh, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Diksha, for having invited me, for reconnecting with me after the event that we shared together. The topic of growth mindset is something I'm really passionate about. So it's really a pleasure to be sharing my thoughts with you. And I am really thrilled to see such a big community of people all over Europe connecting today. And before I share with you what growth mindset is about, I'd like to share a story. And this story happened about 15 years ago when I joined a consulting company in Switzerland as a consultant. And we used to do 2-day workshops on leadership development. I normally went along with a senior partner and they would develop or deliver most of the workshop. I was allowed to do like small bits of it, obviously in English. And but most of it, it was delivered and facilitated by the partner. And obviously all of it was facilitated by the partner when the workshop was in German. And I remember one day when I was preparing for one of these workshops with one of the senior partners, and he came to me and said, listen, something has come up and I won't be able to attend the workshop. So you're going to have to do it on your own. And I said, what do you mean on your own? And he said, yeah, well, you can take one of the junior associates with you, but I won't be there. So it was a bit scary, you know, I had done some facilitation before in Spanish, a lot of it, some of it in English anyways. So I got excited. And I said, well, that sounds great. So I'm just going to translate the slides from German to English. And then he said, oh, no, you don't need to do that. What do you mean? Yeah, well, no, you're going to deliver the workshop in German. Oh, my God. And that was really, really a scary moment because I had been learning German for about a year. And I was totally capable of having a fluent conversation with friends or with my husband about, you know, the weather and what I did last vacation, but never to run a 2-day workshop in German with a couple of Swiss leaders who were expecting, obviously, to engage in conversation about their leadership styles, their conflicts within their team, what was going on in the organization. So it was a very technical language that I needed to be fluent on. So I reflected and I told him, look, I'm honored, but I'm sorry. There's no way I can run a 2-day workshop in German. I think you're crazy. I just can't do it. And he replied to me very seriously and he said, you're right. I know you can't do it yet. And that got me thinking, I can't do it yet. But still I was trying to convince him, right? I'm like, yeah, what happens if I don't find the words in German, if I don't know how to say these things, if they ask me something and I don't know how to reply and, you know, I will fail. And he said, well, if you don't find the words, you just ask them. And I realized suddenly in his eyes, the only way to fail was not to dare. So I dared, right? He was giving me his trust and a safe space to do it. He trusted me, he believed in me, so I did it. And I went and I ran with a junior colleague of mine who was very supportive, very quiet, but very supportive, a successful 2-day workshop in German, almost all by myself. And that was an amazing experience because all of a sudden I was kicked out of my comfort zone. It was scary, but I realized that I was able to do something I never thought I was going to be able to do. I was diving in this new zone of learning, of discovering, of potential. And I was observing myself doing things that I had never dreamt possible. So at the time, I didn't have much of a growth mindset myself, but my boss did. And having him created this safe space for me was very helpful for me to start developing a growth mindset. So in this case, I was kicked out of my comfort zone, which made it a bit harder. But very often, as all of you are doing, we decide to leave our comfort zone to go and learn something. So you are all investing 3 days of your life to learn about yourself, to develop, to get inspired, to get better at your life. And that is great because you have the motivation to go for it. But very often, as I just shared with you, we really get kicked out of our comfort zone, as it happened, for example, with COVID-19, right? So we've been all kicked out of our comfort zone since about February, and we've been faced with challenging all of the things that we thought were possible in terms of the way we work, we relate with other people. This pandemic has brought with it a lot of uncertainty. For some of us, the opportunity to get together and closer to our family, but for some others, perhaps a lot of fear and a feeling of being overwhelmed, and maybe the opportunity to start something that you never thought you wanted to start, like cooking, right? So perhaps you always thought, I'm bad at cooking, but now I can't go out. There's no way to order something, so I might as well give it a try. And perhaps you realize you're not so bad at it. So very often we are faced with these situations where we have to leave our comfort zone and we don't really know how to navigate that. So what I'm going to offer to you today is a very powerful tool, if we want to call it like that, that will help you navigate that moment of uncertainty and of difficulty and become more resilient and be more successful. And that is the concept of growth mindset. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen now with you, and I'm going to tell you what we're going to learn. Okay, so bear with me for a moment. Alrighty. Okay, so what we're going to learn today is, first of all, the difference between fixed and growth mindset. Then I'll give you the chance to explore what your preferred mindset is and to reflect how having a fixed mindset might be getting in the way of your success. Obviously, after that reflection, we are going to explore how to develop a growth mindset to thrive and succeed. But before we go there, I'm very curious to hear from you. How come you are here today and these next 3 days, deciding to invest a lot of time and energy for yourself, for your learning? So I'd like to invite you to go to menti.com and use the code on the screen and just type in your word, the word that first comes to your mind when I ask you the question, what does learning mean to you? So what's going to happen, you've probably seen this before, is I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And the moment you start sharing your words, Diksha, you let me know if when you're going to share.
Yeah, it's on the screen now.
Perfect. Excellent. So I'd like to hear from you what learning means to you. So we're starting seeing lots of words. So it means growth, to evolve. It means flexibility, curiosity, ongoing, fun, open. I love it. Development, finding your passion, positivity, knowledge, excellent. Wow, all of them seem to be quite positive so far. Learning can also be a bit painful sometimes. Observation, new ideas, open mind. Great, I'm loving it. Humility, a better version of oneself. I love it. A lot of things, a lot of your words connect very, very much with what we are about to embark on. Excellent, self-control, grow. New things, okay, understanding. So I hope that during these 3 days that you have ahead, you'll do a lot of that. You'll grow, you'll learn, you'll develop, you get inspired, you get a lot of ideas. And I want to encourage you to realize that learning doesn't stop getting ideas and knowing or understanding something. It really makes a difference once you act upon your learning, but we will get there later on. So I'm going to stop here and I'm going to share my screen again. Thanks very much for your participation. Hold on a second. So I hope now I can share it again. Alrighty. Okay, this always takes a little bit of time. Okay, so before I get into the discrete definitions of the mindsets, I'd like you to get pen and paper, and we're all together going to do a quick self-assessment. So I want you to read each statement and decide whether you mostly agree or disagree. Now look to see how many points each answer is worth and write down the number of points, not the answer, the number of points, because at the end you're going to have to add up your points. So I'm going to read 6 questions and I'd like you to write down your points so that you get a feeling of what your preferred mindset is. You ready? All righty, let's go. So the first question, you believe that how smart someone is or skilled in things like art, sports, or business comes naturally. 2, you believe that with effort, you could actually change how smart or creative you are. 3, while everyone is born with different strengths and weaknesses, you believe people can significantly change what kind of person they become. 4, you know that you can improve a little in areas you care about, but at the end of the day, you basically remain at the same level of intelligence and skill as what you started with. 5, you really believe that you can change parts of who you are. And 6, some people are funny, others are smart, some are good at sports, and others are natural creatives. People can't really change these natural born qualities. Okay, so that's it. Please add up your points and go to our next Menti question and share with us the number of points that you got after your assessment. By this time, you probably can guess what your points mean. But in case you don't, we're gonna share it with you in just a second. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that Diksha can show us how the results are going. Wow, excellent. Perfect. All right. So you have pretty high scores, which means that a lot of you actually believe that it is possible to change and develop new abilities and new skills, that it is possible to change the way. Wow, I'm very impressed. It's great that it is really possible to change and to become better at things and develop our intelligence. So it is not a static thing. Great. All right, well, as you can see, so I'm going to just give it a couple of seconds more so we have, in case someone else wants to share. All right. Okay, thanks very much for sharing. So I'm going to close this again. Thank you. And we're going to go back to my screen. Okay, let me just, okay. So thanks very much for sharing, guys. What you will notice, if you haven't yet, is that the higher you scored, the more you tend to prefer a growth mindset. So what is this growth mindset about? First of all, before I go more into details about it, you need to know A mindset is a lens or a frame of mind which orients each one of us to a certain set of associations and expectations. So it is not good or bad. It is just the way we set our mind to interpret life and what happens to us, and what the way we see the world. In the case of the fixed and growth mindset, it is not that you are fixed mindset or growth mindset. We have both of them in a sort of a continuum, right? So for some things, we have more of one than of the other, or at some points or moments in our life, we tend to have more of a fixed mindset or a growth mindset. So let's explore that. Just keep in mind your results, and we will explore and become a bit more concrete about it. So what is the idea of growth mindset? The first person who came up with this idea is called Carol Dweck, and she wrote a book called Mindset. She's an American psychologist who's been researching this topic for a lot of years. What she discovered, or what she was curious about, was how come some people are more successful than others and perform better than others? Does that have anything to do with the mindset, with the way they see life? And she's done a lot of research on children and young people and the corporate world. And she's come up with this definition of two mindsets that define the way we see things: the growth mindset and the fixed mindset. So depending on the mindset that you have at a specific moment in time, you will have a different belief, for example. So if you have a growth mindset, you will believe that intelligence can be developed, whereas a fixed mindset believes that intelligence is innate and static. If you have a growth mindset, effort is part of what you need to become successful at a new activity, at a new skill. Whereas if you have a fixed mindset, it is more about looking smart and being smart. So putting a lot of effort into something might feel like not being smart enough. So you will avoid things that require from you a lot of effort. You will look for things that you're naturally good at. If you have a fixed mindset and you look for things that you're naturally good at, you will avoid challenges and risks and obstacles, because by doing these things that are not as simple for you, you might fail. And you don't want to do that because you might not look that smart. Whereas if you have a growth mindset, challenges and risks are what make you thrive, are what inspire you to grow, what make you curious, what make you experiment and learn and try things out. So you will see challenges as an adventure. You will look for them. What happens with failure? Well, if you have a growth mindset, failure is just a part of growing, right? It's a part of learning. It's a part of experimenting. So you see failure and making mistakes as totally natural, totally necessary part of growing. If you have a fixed mindset, however, failure means that you're not good enough. So you will avoid situations where you might fail. Where do you focus? So if you have a fixed mindset, you will focus on results, and you want the results to be perfect, because again, it is about being smart. It is about being better than others. So you're going to make sure that your end result is perfect. If you have a growth mindset, however, you will focus more on the process that will take you to the result and the progress that you make towards that result. So the end result is also important, but it's not your main focus. What you focus on is more the progress, the process that you define to get to the result, and the progress you make towards it. What happens with the success of others? Well, if you have a fixed mindset and one of your colleagues or your friends succeeds in something that you're working towards, how do you feel about it? Probably you feel jealous, probably you feel threatened by this person who's better than you. Whereas if you have a growth mindset and someone else succeeds, you might see them as an inspiration. You might look for them and try to learn from them. You might even ask them to be your mentor. Why? Because asking for help for someone who has a growth mindset is just acknowledging that you cannot know it all, that you need to recognize that some things you can do and some things you're in the process of learning. So asking for help is not a problem at all. Whereas if you have more of a fixed mindset, asking for help could mean that you are not good enough at something. So you will try not to ask for help and sort of hide the fact that you can't do it yourself, or you will try to know it all to get all the answers to be as prepared as possible and avoid asking for help. The same, feedback. So if you have a fixed mindset, you don't want to necessarily be that open for feedback because people might criticize you. And if they criticize you, it might mean that they're criticizing who you are. And since you believe that intelligence is set in stone, that's quite a hard thing to hear. Whereas if you have a growth mindset, feedback is an essential part of your development and of your growth. So you will seek out feedback. You will make sure that you ask people about how you perform, how they perceive you, and all of that you won't see as threatening, but as an encouragement for you to continue learning and continue trying new things. And this praising others is one of my favorites because it is something that I can definitely relate to. So as you heard Diksha introducing me, I have 4 children, and that sort of obviously influences the way I see this idea of growth mindset. However, even if you don't have children yourself, we were all children once. So I'm sure you will connect with this. So what Carol Dweck did was to get a group of children, 5-year-olds, and give them a simple task. She asked them to draw a flower. Now, these 5-year-olds were very keen and happy to get this, part of this research. So they all drew their flower. And then they divided the group in 2. One group got a fixed mindset kind of praise, and the other group got more of a growth mindset kind of praise. So how did that look like? So the first group, after finishing their flower heard things like, wow, you are really talented in art. It took you no time whatsoever to finish that flower and it looks perfect. Or, wow, you're really good at that. You didn't need to put a lot of effort and you look how amazing your work looks like. So perhaps you start hearing that that's a kind of praise that we've heard a lot in our lives, right? So a lot of our teachers and a lot of our managers still use this kind of praise. And I'll tell you in a minute what the problem might be. Now, the other group of children got praised with a growth mindset. So what they heard was more, I really like the amount of effort you've put into that flower. I can tell that you've worked really hard to get to that result. You seem to have chosen very carefully all the colors that you were going to use and, make sure that, that it made a beautiful picture in the end. So if you can hear the difference, it's all in the language that we use, right? These two groups of children got then another task, a more challenging task. They all got a more difficult puzzle that they had to solve. Now, what do you think happened with these 2 groups of children? Well, interestingly, the group of children who had received the fixed mindset praise were less keen on trying out the new puzzle. How come? Well, because when we praise their intelligence and their talent and how quick they were without any effort, and they see a harder task, then they're not sure they're going to be as talented and as smart to solve that second task. And therefore, they might need more time, more effort, and they won't get any praise. Because what I praised before was the perfect end result and how quick and how smart they were. Now, the children who got praised with a growth mindset were super keen to take the more challenging puzzle. They had been praised for their effort and their hard work, and a harder task only meant a new chance to work hard and to give it a go and to try it out. And whether they made it or not wasn't as relevant. So they were much more keen on trying it out. And this research has been tried in many other segments of people and young students and also people in corporations, leaders, managers. all around the world. And what Carol Dweck always encounters is when you have a growth mindset, you are more curious, you are more able to deal with an uncertain situation. You are more willing to take on risks, to take on a challenge, to learn from it. You are more willing to accept failure as part of this growing process. And therefore, you are more successful. You tend to perform better. I will share with you some resources at the end of the talk, so in case you get curious, you can explore a bit more. But before we go there, I'd like to ask if there are any questions, and I would be happy to answer the questions before we continue with some reflection. So if you have any questions, you can now submit them on ourmenti.com, or you can also type them in the comments on YouTube or Facebook. And I have my lovely colleagues who are hopefully collecting some of your questions, and they will send them or ask them out loud so that I can reply to them or answer them the best I can. If at some point later on you get a different question or you didn't have the chance to ask it now, perhaps we'll have a chance at the end of the session. So I'm going to ask Diksha or our colleagues if there are any questions that are being posted now. I'll be happy to open a quick Q&A session, and otherwise we can leave it till the end. Diksha,
since you were talking about praise from family or giving praise to others, I think this question is fitting for this moment.
Okay.
Someone is asking, sometimes we face a lot of peer pressure from our own family and friends that limits us in behaving in new ways because we're rewarded for behaving in a certain way. So how do we evolve beyond that and start new ways of being and doing?
Yeah, excellent question. Brilliant question. Well, I think that is, I don't know if necessarily that has to do with a growth mindset itself, but what I see is an opportunity for you to reflect on how you really want to behave, regardless of the expectations of others. So it might be hard to, at some point, say, sorry, this is not how I want to behave. This is not who I am. This is not what I stand for. I've realized these are not my values, right? And if you, like me, grew up in a very traditional family, then sometimes the expectations your family have on you are quite hard and quite high and quite different from what you want. So there, what you need is the courage to figure out what is it that you stand for and who you are and what you really care for. What are your values? What are the things that are really important to you? And if you happen to realize that these things are not necessarily the same as people are expecting from you, then to have this open and very candid conversation about it and to share with them, with the people that are important to you, how come you are not going to behave the way they expect you to behave. So in the end, it's a matter of standing up for yourself, of who you are, versus living up to someone else's expectations. And I know this is easier said than done. And I'm talking to a younger population. This is probably the time in life when we get to decide really what we really want and not what our parents or our society wanted for us. And it might be difficult to sort of decouple from that. But I can only encourage you to, having a growth mindset, to believe that you can behave in a way different from the one that people expect from you, if that is what you stand for, if that is what you believe.
Mm-hmm. There's a similar question on when we get in the way of ourselves, when we say that we want to grow and learn, but we somehow sabotage that process.
Yes, excellent question. Yes, I'm going to be with you on the Sunday, so we're going to have the opportunity to talk about that a bit more. I think we do that a lot, and the reason we do that is because the way we behave right now has proved to be successful to us. So even when we realize that we want to change our behavior is normally a habit. It has become a habit, and we've worked really hard to develop this habit. So now we behave in a way that looks normal, sort of autopilot for us. And to change that, we would need to go back and sort of deconstruct this habit and figure out how come this behavior has proved to be successful so far to me. And if it's not successful anymore, if it's not helpful anymore, if this behavior is limiting me now in my new situation, then perhaps it is a matter of acknowledging how come this has been useful so far and defining what do I need to change and how can I sort of replace this old habit for a new one to start whatever it is that I want to start doing. So we will get a bit more into the self-sabotaging by the end of the Sunday. But I think if you're already curious or noticing that you are doing that, again, it's going back to this growth mindset and saying, well, yes, I tend to do this. This is my way. This is what I do. This is what I can do best. This is fixed mindset. What is triggering this fixed mindset? What is stopping me from living this usual way of acting and going into the learning zone and exploring a different way of doing things? What is it that is triggering that attachment to the fixed mindset? And to deconstruct that a little bit and take a little step towards leaving your comfort zone. Perhaps not deep dive into it, but just try it for one day and see what happens, or try it for an hour, or try it for once in a conversation with one person and see what happens. Take small steps towards it. But again, we'll talk a little bit more about that at the end of the session.
I think we'll just take one more, which is a very fundamental question, and it is it bad to have a fixed mindset, or is a fixed mindset bad?
I don't think it's bad to have a fixed mindset at all. I think it's very useful to have a fixed mindset in certain situations. So whenever you have discovered that you're really good at something and you want to excel in that, and you want to make sure that you perform the best you can and beat the rest of your peers, that is a good mindset to have for a competition, to become even better, to thrive doing whatever you're good at. That is a good mindset to have. It can become problematic when having a fixed mindset gets in the way of you achieving something different. And that leads us perfectly to the next slide, which is a reflection that I want you to do. When is having a fixed mindset getting in the way of you achieving something that you really like? So perhaps, Diksha, we can continue to the next reflection question. What do you think?
Yes, I think that would be nice.
Yeah? Okay. So what I'd like you to do is to reflect. First of all, where do you already have a growth mindset? So as I said at the beginning, it is not that you either have one or the other, but we have both in certain situations. So perhaps you're someone who says, I'm terrible at sports, or I cannot cook, or, oh, music is not for me, I cannot sing. So that is where you have a fixed mindset. And you might have a growth mindset perhaps in what you're learning in university, or your job, or mindfulness, or meditation, whatever the topics are where you are more open and willing to experiment and explore. Those are the topics that you have a growth mindset. And then ask yourself, how is having a fixed mindset stopping you from achieving something you want? Where is this fixed mindset getting in the way of you daring to do something that you always wanted to do, but you don't know if you should, because you might not look that smart, because perhaps you're not good at it, perhaps you're going to fail? How is that idea, that belief, stopping you from just trying it out, just giving it a go, and exploring a new universe of possibilities where you might encounter that you actually can develop all the abilities that you never thought were possible? So just take a little bit of time to write down your thoughts. And I will encourage you to do this all throughout these 3 days. Whenever you have an insight within one of these presentations, just write it down, because when we come to Sunday evening and I will invite you to create an action plan for yourself, it's going to be easier if you can look back into your notes and remember what this was about on Friday afternoon, because you're going to have a lot of insightful webinars and ideas and interactions, and it might be useful to have some notes to come back to. So if you realize that having a fixed mindset might be getting in the way for you to achieve something, it can be useful to start thinking, well, what do I do now, right? How can I develop a growth mindset? Or perhaps I see that my parents could need a little bit more of that, or my colleagues could need a little bit more of that. I seem to have pretty growth mindset, but some people around me are very fixed mindset. So how can I help myself or other people develop growth mindset? And what I want you to do is to share with us on this paddled wall, and you can see the link there. I'd like you to share your thoughts on how to develop a growth mindset there, so you can always come back to this wall and have a look at what people are sharing and get some inspiration from each other. You know, use the collective intelligence of this group to go back to this wall and learn from each other. What can you do to get a growth mindset, to develop more of a growth mindset? Right. So knowing that you have plenty of ideas, I'm just going to give you some ideas on how to do this. Again, to develop a growth mindset in yourself and in others. So the first thing that we do is what you're doing now, understanding that there is this idea of this fixed and growth mindset, and understanding that will already help you understand that you have a choice. And the same when you explain that to other people. So if you want to help others to develop a growth mindset, just explain the concept, right? It's a very simple concept. There's a lot of videos on YouTube or resources that you can have a look at, so you can share this idea or this concept with other people. That's the first step. The second step is to understand the power of language. So how we speak with ourselves, you know, this self-talk that we have with ourselves, all the inner dialogue, all the things that we say to ourselves is so impactful. Whatever you say to yourself, your brain believes and behaves accordingly. So if you want to act differently, you have to talk differently to yourself. And if you remember the story I shared with you at the very beginning, when I told my story, my boss, I'm very sorry, I cannot deliver a 2-day workshop in German. You're out of your mind. He said, you cannot do that yet. And just by adding that little word, it opens up a universe of possibilities. It invites me to explore, to become curious about what this yet means. What do I need to do to make it possible? So it's not, I can't cook. It's all of a sudden, I can't cook yet. Oh, okay, so what do I need to start cooking? Or I cannot make a presentation in front of the board members yet. Or I cannot set up my own business yet. So you can start feeling the power of this little word. The moment you say yet to something that you think so far that you cannot do, then a universe of possibility opens up for yourself. Obviously, for that to work out, you need to leave your comfort zone, because if you keep doing what you've been doing all your life and you're good at, you're not going to explore all the other possibilities. So leave to your comfort zone, dare to do that. And if you have the power or the possibility within your network, you lead a team of people, or you lead a project, or you work in a community or in a school, make sure that you create for others an opportunity to leave their comfort zone so that they can discover what their talents are and do a bit more of learning. Where do you focus on is very important, as we discussed when we talked about praise. Focus on the process and the progress and the effort that you make to get to the result. And that will already change a lot the way you approach a new task or a new goal or a new skill that you want to develop. And also very important is to shift from know it all to learn it all. So rather than wanting to have all the answers and know all the results and have solutions to all the problems yourself, shift to a learn it all, to a curiosity to ask for help, and understand from other people, get inspiration from others, and be vulnerable and show yourself as a human being who cannot be perfect, who can know it all. So these are a couple of things that you can do within yourself. Now, when you are helping others to develop more of a growth mindset, praise the process and the progress rather than their intelligence or their talents, as we discussed before, and create for them a psychological safety for them to try things out, like my boss did with me, right? He said, I trust that you can do it, just go for it. What happens if I fail? You won't fail if you dare. If you try it, you won't fail. You tried. So the moment he said that to me, he empowered me and he created the environment for me to go and do it and give it a try, although I was scared, although it was difficult. So those are a couple of the things that you can do to develop more of a growth mindset. If you have questions regarding these topics, or if you have more ideas, please feel free to go back and pin them in the wall that we showed before. And obviously, if you are curious to explore more, there's going to be some resources available at the end. So as I said before, all your learning will be a good investment only if you move from knowing to doing, from understanding what growth mindset is to doing more of a growth mindset. So how do we do that? How do you move from knowing to doing? And we will explore that, as I said before, on the Sunday evening. But I want you to reflect and write down your thoughts in terms of growth mindset. So the first question is, what is the one area or topic that you would benefit the most if you had a growth mindset? What's that area where you think, wow, here it would make such a difference if I had a growth mindset, if I were more open to try things out, if I were more resilient to be able to, bounce back from those difficult moments? Where would you benefit the most if you had more of a growth mindset? That's the first question. The second question is, how would you and others around you benefit from you having a growth mindset? So once you start developing more of a growth mindset, how is your life and how is your environment going to change? Your whole system is going to change, either your family or your friends. The moment you start behaving differently and thinking differently, everyone around you is going to be impacted. How come? How is that going to be impacted? How are they going to be impacted? And how do you see that positive impact? Now, the third question refers to your progress, which is very important in the process. So how will you notice that you're moving from a fixed to a growth mindset? What are little milestones that you can define for yourself so that you can realize, yeah, it wasn't huge, but I dared a little bit. So that is progress, and you can celebrate that progress. The last question is, what are you going to do now? What is your first action step? So if you already discovered that you want to develop more of a growth mindset, you want a specific area of your life, how are you going to do? How are you going to go about it? What is the first thing that you're going to do? Make it as concrete as possible. And if it's not concrete, just write down a word or two, make a picture, whatever is going to be helpful for you to come back to it by the end of Sunday and make an action item out of it. If you're curious to learn more, again, here I can recommend Carol Dweck's book and all of the talks where she is either a speaker herself or invited to have an interview with all kinds of people. It is a pleasure to watch her talking. She's very inspirational. And I especially like the one where she talks about the power of yet. So there's the link there. And if you want to get more concrete on ideas on how to develop a growth mindset, then there is also another link that I am sharing there with you. So Diksha, with this, I get to the end of the content. I am curious to see if there are any other questions that you would like me to get answered.
I think we're at the end of our time for this session. So if any questions remain, we can ask our participants to add them to the wall, and we'll probably incorporate that into the action plan session that you do on Sunday.
Perfect.
And
thank you very much, Diksha. If you want to explore more, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. I will be happy to continue the conversation with you there.
That's a great offer. I hope people take advantage of that channel that you've opened up for them.
Yes,
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Camila. This was a wonderful, eye-opening session, and I hope that the concept itself strikes a chord with many of the participants tuning in. And now we will hand over to Sharanya to take us to the next session.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. That was such an interesting session. You really made us think about our own thinking patterns and how we can start evolving our mindset to strive for more. So yeah, that was wonderful. Thank you. Our next speaker, Nigel Moya, is a leadership and success coach, as well as the founder and CEO of Flow Leadership Dynamics, an organization that's helping thousands of people recognize and achieve their dreams one heart at a time.
Hello, hello.
There, Nigel?
Yes, hi.
Hello. Nice to see you.
Again. See if I can lower this a little bit. All good?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic, fantastic. Super excited for our session today.
Me too.
Wonderful, wonderful. Hello, everyone. Like Sharanya said, my name is Nigel Moya. Super excited to be here today and to share what I'm going to share with you. Today's session is called Breaking Through Success Blocks, right? So if you like, we can get right into it, Sharanya, unless you have any questions or anything that you wanted to speak about.
Right,
beforehand.
yes. Since you specialize in success and leadership coaching, I have something that I think you could help me with.
Okay.
I want to be more efficient with my time.
Mm-hmm.
I said earlier on today that we all have 24 hours in a day, and it's up to us on how we spend it. And I think a lot of the barriers to our efficiency is most often just ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I tend to procrastinate quite a bit, or sometimes I overcomplicate situations in my studies, for example, or yeah, in generally. So I want to see what you would say about that.
Okay, absolutely. So it might be one or all of the blocks that I'm going to speak about today. So I think if you just really connect to it, and then afterwards we'll have a conversation and see if we can dig down to the root cause of it and see which block or blocks in particular are really affecting you there. Because it's actually more common than you think. So many of us procrastinate, and we just can't figure out why we can't get ahead, why we can't get those things done that we really, really want to get done. And we think we really want to get it done. And usually there's one of those blocks in the way, a conflicting intention maybe, that's not letting you move forward. And so we'll see that and we'll see what comes up for you. Sounds good?
That sounds great. Let's do that.
Awesome. So yeah, welcome everyone. So let's get right into it, right? Because I know we don't have that much time, and I really want to make sure that we cover as much as possible. So breaking through success blocks, right? If you wanted to know a little bit more about me, you can always go to my website. I don't want to spend too much time on that now, so we can get to the meat and potatoes of it. So breaking through success blocks, you can go ahead and click the next slide, right? First of all, I want to talk about what is energy, right? Because when we talk about the success blocks, we're really talking about energy blocks that you may have. Now, a lot of people think that energy sounds woo-woo or, kind of out there, ethereal, can't really touch it. But actually, you can touch energy because everything is energy, right? So I know maybe a lot of us already know this, but when it comes right down to it, everything that you see, feel, and touch around you is really composed of particles of vibrating, moving energy. At its core, right? And so even the air you breathe, your hands, everything that is around you, everything that is you is composed of energy. That's what the nature of the universe is, right? And so why do I define that? Because It's important to know that when I'm referring to the energy blocks, it really could be a simple mindset shift so that your energy shifts and you can now begin to create those results that you want in your life, right? So that's what energy is. Energy is everything you see, everything you don't see. And really, like even this pen, right? Everything that you touch is energy. So don't think of it as woo-woo. It's just another term for what you see around you. So let's move on. This is the energetic self-perception chart. And by the way, this is all copyright of Bruce D. Schneider and the Institute for Professional Excellence in Coaching. I'm licensed to use this material, but I do want to share that. And so the energetic self-perception chart was created by Bruce D. Schneider, and it basically depicts the 7 levels of energy. You can find this online. You can find a lot of information on it, and we can always, schedule a chat for more info on that later. But it basically tells you, what happens with you energetically, what results you get from each level of energy. On the left, as you can see, is the core thought, right? So this is the root cause, right? So at level 1, there's a core thought of being a victim, where you are at the effect of life. So woe is me, everything sucks. I can't get past anything that I want, so I can't get through to people. All of those victim energy thoughts, that's the cause. The emotion that you feel is apathy, that's in the middle, right? The emotion. And then on the right is the result, right? Which is lethargy. And that's the same for each level of energy. So basically, depending on what level of energy you're operating in with any area of your life, you will have different results. And it all comes back to who are you being in that moment, right? So who are you being? Are you being the victim? Are you being the fighter, right? Where you're always in conflict? Are you being the rationalizer, right? Where you're taking responsibility, and so on and so forth. So there's 7 levels of energy. The ones in the center are the lowest, and the ones towards the outer parts of the circle are the highest levels of energy, and they really lead to more success in all areas of your life. And there's studies that prove that you can actually go to keyfactorforsuccess.com and read the studies on how the levels of satisfaction increase with each level of energy depending on the person, because there's actually an assessment that you can take that tells you where you are with your energy levels. So just want to give you a little background on that, right? So that you know that every block comes from, and is associated with a level of energy. So let's move on, please, to the next slide. So what are the energy blocks? So there are 4 big energy blocks, right? There are internal energy blocks or success blocks. Don't get stuck on the word energy. You can call them leadership blocks, success blocks, whatever works for you. And so the first one, and the really generally easier to get rid of, are the limiting beliefs, right? There's also interpretations, assumptions, and gremlins. And we're going to go into each one of those. Let's start with limiting beliefs. So limiting beliefs, and you can go to the next slide as well. Limiting beliefs are beliefs that you have about the world, about other people, about yourself, about situations that hold you back from really getting what you want, right? These are things like, for example, women get paid less than men. Sure, that might be true generally, right? But that doesn't mean that you have to be paid less than a man that you work with, right? Or it could be a belief as simple as, I just don't have what it takes to make the money that I want to make. That's also a limiting belief. It could be any number of things, right? But limiting beliefs come from society, they come from your parents, from your upbringing, and they really get in the way of what you're trying to achieve. This is actually already becoming a very common term, so you may already know what some of your limiting beliefs are. And so we're gonna figure out, Sharanya, with you later, maybe what limiting beliefs you may have about time or about yourself that just keeps you procrastinating. And so then there's also interpretations, right? So interpretations, they hold a little bit more energy, but this is basically the story that you create about what's happening. It's not what's happening, right? There's the fact, and then there's the story you create about what's happening. And so with this, it's really simple to kind of get past. It's all about, okay, this is the story that I'm making up. Now, what could be another possible interpretation for it? So for example, let's say that I had a conversation with my mother, and my mother said something like, I think you really, really should go to the university and get a degree. Right now, I could make up, one of my interpretations could be, oh, you know what? She thinks I'm dumb. She thinks I'm lazy. She thinks this is why she doesn't want me in the house. That's why she's telling me to go to school. You know, these are a number of stories that I could make up about it just from her making that statement. And we all do this. We're meaning-making machines, right? We always create stories, right? And so the thing that I always ask my clients is, if you're gonna make up a story anyway, why don't we make up one that supports you, right? Instead of one that takes energy and drains your energy away from you. So this, you know, could be something as simple as, or instead of thinking, you know what, my mother wants me out of the house, maybe I can choose to interpret, okay, what if she actually just loves me and wants to see me succeed in life, right? And I know that's easier said than done, right? That's why, you know, usually you want the support of a coach, because it's much easier for a third party to see what stories you're making up about what's happening. Right. And so, but a simple tool that you could use for interpretations is really asking yourself, okay, so what interpretation am I creating right now? What story am I making up? And then what story could I make up that would support me, that would be more positive, more anabolic? All right, so let's move on to the next block. And so then there's assumptions. This holds even more energy, right? So this could really be blocking you in some areas, because assumptions are based on your past experiences. This is basically, you know, something happened in the past and you assume that it's going to happen the same way again in the future. So for example, let's say that somebody, you know, is job hunting and they're going on an interview after interview. And after, you know, being rejected 3 times from each interview, you know, they decide, you know what, I'm not going to go to this next interview because I'm just going to get rejected again. I'm not going to get the job. That's an assumption, right? That's saying, you know what, because I've been rejected 3 times, I'm going to be rejected again tomorrow. Or let's say that you're at a bar and you want to, or, you know, I don't know, a coffee spot, and you want to talk to somebody that you find attractive. And, you know, maybe you don't do it because the last 2 or 3 times, or maybe 1 time, sometimes all it takes is 1 experience. Maybe the last time you approached somebody that you found attractive to ask for their number, they shot you down, or they told you, no, that's, you know, I'm not interested in you. Now you think that women are in general, or men in general, aren't interested in you. And every time you approach somebody, you're going to get rejected, right? So assumptions are very, very powerful energy blocks. And so one of the simplest ways to get rid of them is to simply ask, okay, just because that happened in the past, why must it happen again in the future? Just because that happened like that in the past, why must it happen like that again in the future? And usually the answer is, well, it doesn't have to happen again. It might happen again in the future the same way, but it doesn't have to, you know, happen exactly the same way. And so that frees up some of your energy immediately. And then there's gremlins. Gremlins are, you know, the biggest energy block. This holds the most energy. It's filled with level 1 energy. And gremlins are basically, we all have them, right? Gremlins are basically your inner critic. It's that little voice inside your head that tells you that you're not good enough in some way. It tells you you're not productive enough. You're not smart enough. You're not efficient enough. You're not pretty enough. You're not beautiful enough, right? You're not strong enough. And so these messages hold you back from really achieving your full potential, right? And so, you know, one of, you know, for example, I'll give you an example of my gremlin. One of my gremlins in the past has been, I called him Bunny, like the Energizer Bunny, because he keeps going and going and going. Because my gremlin used to tell me that I'm not productive enough. Right? I'm not productive enough. I need to do more. I need to do more. I'm too lazy. Right? And so I was always trying to find a way to prove that I'm not lazy. And so I went and got 5 certifications and did all this stuff, right? So just to prove that I'm not lazy. And, you know, the thing about gremlins is that they actually can support you in some areas of your life, because they're just there to try to protect you from, you know, being embarrassed, or from not getting what you want, or from failure. However, you know, that energy can be such a drain and can be so influenced by negative feelings that, and in reaction, right? Instead of like really moving forward or towards something, you're moving in reaction to something. And so it creates this kind of pull that's not really going to support you or get you where you want to go as fast as you want to, right? So those are the big 4 energy blocks, right? And I think that's it for now. We can put up the last slide later. I don't know if If you have one, yeah, put that slide up later. And so what I would love to do now is, let me just check how much time we have. Fantastic, we have about 15 minutes, right? And so Sharanya, what I would love to do now is just to get a sense from you based on what you heard, right? And this is for everyone. I really want everyone to connect because sometimes it's easier to see it in action, right? So I'm gonna have a conversation with Sharanya to see what blocks might be in the way of her really managing her time and being productive and, you know, stop the procrastination. And so hope you all can connect with her and connect with me. And you might get some of it out of, maybe you'll discover some of your own blocks as I'm talking to Sharanya. So Sharanya, just based on what I spoke about with the energy blocks, what comes up for you? What do you think might be there?
So I think one of the first pillars which you said was limiting beliefs. Yeah, I've experienced that before in terms of being productive. So there have been times when, you know, I've got a submission due in a really short span of time, and I just wake up in the morning and I just get so full of anxiety just because, you know, I know that, well, I don't know, but then it's a belief that I have that no matter how much I work today, no matter how much, you know, how hard I work, it's just not going to be up to the standard. So I spend, I guess, more time just reveling in that limiting belief.
Okay. Okay, so no matter how much you do, no matter how much you work, it's just not gonna live up to the standard. I'm curious, what standard?
I guess that would be, I mean, in terms of academics, I guess that would be a first. Yeah.
But what's the standard, right? So what is the standard that you are trying or wanting to live up to that you feel like you won't be able to live up to it?
It could be maybe meeting the standard of my best piece of work academically.
Okay, so you think you might not be able to surpass yourself, right? So no matter what you do now, you won't be able to surpass yourself. When did this start? When did this start, approximately?
I'm not sure exactly how long ago, but I've been noticing it for a few years now.
For a few years.
Yeah.
Is there a particular piece of work that you accomplished that you remember as like being really, really amazing and maybe getting a lot of praise from it? And then since then, it's like, okay, well, I've never gotten as much praise as I did for that piece of work before. Does that come up or ring any bells for you?
Yeah, it has. It has, yes.
Okay. Okay. And so, you know, maybe that's because what I'm hearing, actually, it's a gremlin, right? Right. So there's a limiting belief, but there's also a gremlin like, you know what, you're never going to be able to surpass yourself. You're just not good enough anymore to surpass yourself, no matter what you do. And that little voice is just going off and telling you all these things every single time. What else? Why do you think you procrastinate?
I guess it's a bit of a complicated one. I feel like I have time, but I know I don't have time, but then I let myself, you know, get loose and then get anxious right in the last minute.
I'm curious, how much do you often feel like you work well under pressure? Do you have a belief that you work well under pressure?
Definitely not, no.
No, you don't work well under pressure.
No.
Okay. So because, you know, the reason I ask that is because a lot of people procrastinate and they leave things on purpose to the last minute just because they have a belief that, you know what, I work well under pressure. Like, that's why I leave it to because I work in the negative. But you know what happens is you're not really working well under pressure. What happens is you have no choice at this point. So now you go into your stress reaction, into your catabolic energy, and now you have to get things done. And all those catabolic hormones are flooding your system, and it's not going to really support you. And so you don't necessarily believe that you work well under pressure. However, you still kind of just like start relaxing and then get really anxious at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you think of a time when that didn't happen, right? when was the last time that you were actually able to work step by step, you know, taking action from the beginning and be completely free of anxiety and complete maybe an assignment without ever getting into that anxious spot?
I think the best time for this is usually when I've had a lot of time to prepare for it. So I've done a few assignments straight, as in the first ones when I start the year. So I've had the summer to think about it, and I'm, you know, really fresh with ideas. So I go in and I've had so much time to think about it that I'm able to put pen to paper really easily, and it just flows.
Mm-hmm. And what gets in the way of you not having enough time to think about it so that it just flows?
Procrastination.
Okay, well, but it's not the procrastination, right? Because if while you're procrastinating, that could be time that you're using to kind of just think about it and spend it, right? So what's more important to you? I'm hearing also there might be a value here. What is it that you choose to do instead of focus on your work? Give me an example.
It could be maybe, for example, hanging out with my friends, because I think that, you know, I have time. It's fine. We can leave it till later. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so hanging out with friends. It sounds like you value fun and friends a little bit higher than you value, you know, your assignments, which is totally normal. It's totally okay, right? Because oftentimes we have also this belief that, you know, we have to do things, you know, to the T. We have to make sure that we get good grades and do all this stuff. But where does that come from, right? So how important is it to you, right? Think about this in terms of, you know, not maybe your parents, not your society. How important is it really to you to get really good grades and complete your assignments on time?
I think if I really thought at a very simple level, it is very important to me. Yeah, I think there's a lot of distractions around which let you feel like it's not so important. Yeah, but it is.
What happens if you don't get good grades?
I guess I would be disappointed as a first.
What else?
I know it would kind of throw me off the next time that I start writing it. Yeah.
Okay. And if it throws you off, then what?
Then I guess it would leave me quite low. In terms of when I start writing next, I would always have a feeling that, you know, maybe you've just lost it. Maybe it's just not coming to you anymore.
Okay. And so what happens if you do get amazing grades?
Exactly the opposite. I'm on a high for a few days. I feel like, you know, I can go out, like do something fun or do something creative. And yeah, like I deserve goodness.
Okay. How fun is it for you the process of actually doing the work, doing the assignments before the grades? How fun is that for you? Or on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being it's super fun and 1 being it's not fun at all?
It would probably be a 6.
A 6.
Yeah.
Okay. And how, on that same scale, how fun is it to hang out with your friends?
That would probably be an 8 or a 9.
An 8 or a 9, right? And so you see that gap is really what's having you choose to hang out with friends when the opportunity comes up versus doing your work. Now, how much value do you personally get out of, the results of hanging out with friends versus the results of, doing a really good job with your assignments, right? So do you prefer having spent an hour or 2 hours with friends over getting a really good grade, or do you prefer getting a really good grade over spending an hour or 2 with friends?
I guess in the long run, I know what is more important. So in the long run, I would say that getting a good grade would
Mhm.
have a longer lasting happiness almost,
Mhm.
or a longer lasting sense of achievement than
Mhm.
spending an evening with my friends, because I know I can do that
Mhm.
at some point later.
Yeah. And so here's what's happening. Here, this is what I'm getting, right? And you tell me how it resonates for you, because we're running short on time, but I'm just going to tell you what I'm getting right now, right? So what
Yeah.
I'm hearing is that you actually love having fun with your friends, right? And you want to get really good grades, but it's not so much fun to actually do the work to get the good grades. And you know that in the long term, this is probably the better choice. This is actually really common, right? It's a distinction that I use very often, which is, you know, short-term pain, long-term gain versus short-term gain, long-term pain, right? So many people, this is what we do, right? Oh, I want to get six-pack abs, but you know what? This piece of cake looks really good right now, so I'm gonna eat it, right? So I choose the short-term gain, and then I have the long-term pain of not having the body or the health that I want. Whereas if we could just learn to choose the short-term pain, right? You know what? It would be really fun to hang out with my friends right now, but I'm gonna choose the short-term pain of doing the work so that in the long term, I can have the grades that I want, right? And so here's what happens though. Your gremlin is telling you, you know what? You're never gonna be good enough. You know, it's not gonna be that good anyway. Don't worry about it. You're not gonna surpass yourself. You know, just go ahead and go hang out with your friends. It's going to be much more fun anyway. You'll see the results right away. And so here's what you can do, Sharanya. Let's name your gremlin. What would be that? What name would you give to that little voice? And don't give it a name of somebody you know. Just name it. It could make something up.
Probably Bob.
Bob. Okay, so next time Bob tells you, you know what, just go have fun with your friends. You're not going to be that good anyway at your assignment. How do you feel about responding to Bob? You know what, Bob, thank you, but I got it from here. I actually think I know what's best for me. You don't need to tell me.
That feels very empowering, actually, to say that to Bob.
Okay, try it out now.
Yeah, so thank you, Bob, but I'm good. I can take it from here.
Awesome. Fantastic. So here's the thing, everyone, right? So this is what you want to do. And thank you, Sharanya, for participating, right? I know we got to wrap up here. But this is what you want to do with your gremlins. First, you want to name him. You want to depersonalize him. You don't want to think, oh, it's me. I'm the one who's lazy. No. It's your gremlin telling you that you're lazy. Once you depersonalize it and you're able to separate it from yourself, giving it a name and talking to it, actually out loud. Go to the bathroom and talk to him out loud if you don't want to be seen in public, you know, and people think you're crazy. If you talk to him out loud and you start combating him, it's really going to support you in becoming empowered over it. Either he beats you or you beat him, right? So I really hope this helps you, Sharanya, right? I think it's just a matter of talking to your gremlin. That's the biggest energy block that I saw there for you. Obviously, there might be some other stuff, right? But, you know, since we don't have that much time right now, it's not, you know, we can't get too deep into it. I hope this helps everyone find out, you know, see what that little voice inside your head is telling you. What's your not good enough message? What's your limiting beliefs? What are your assumptions? And if you want to, you know, I actually I put up on my website just for you guys, for everybody watching this, a free breakthrough laser coaching session. So if you go to nigelmoya.com and you want to uncover some of your blocks, just book your session through there. And I'm making myself available for the next few weeks just for anybody who's watching this and who wants to experience some one-on-one coaching with me. I typically don't do this because I'm usually very busy. So take advantage of it while that's up. You can also connect with me on Instagram and Twitter. And listen, thank you so much, everyone, for giving me this opportunity to just share this with you. I'm truly passionate about helping people create and live the life they dream about. And there's so many little things that get in our way that really don't have to be there. And it's just a matter of becoming aware, shifting it, and moving forward. Thanks again, Sharanya.
Thank you so much for that, Nigel. That was very empowering. And also thank you for giving us the opportunity to make use of your time over the next few weeks.
My pleasure.
That is a very valuable thing. So yes. If you guys at home are also feeling as empowered as I am right now, jump on mentimeter.com The link is on the code is on your screen right now. Just visit menti.com and just enter the 6-digit code that's on the screen and let us know what are some things that you want to conquer in the next few weeks. Ah, there we go. We have some responses.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Negative thinking.
Great. So I see someone saying gremlin. So that means someone knows what they need to conquer.
Yeah, fantastic. And you know, maybe you are aware of one gremlin. Maybe there's some people have the peanut gallery up there. And so listen, let's talk. You can go to my website. Let's book a one-on-one and let's see what we can get through. This is awesome. I love this.
I see some self-doubt, some shyness, confidence. I think these are things that a lot of people are also going through right now. So
yeah,
a lot of love and acceptance coming to you through the screen.
Absolutely. Yeah. And this is all limiting beliefs and gremlins, right? I'm not good enough. I see that. Yeah. Lack of self-confidence. That's very common too.
Definitely. So I think now we will have a short coffee break, guys, before we go on to our next session, who is with Benjamin. So use this time to stretch your feet, grab a coffee, tea, whatever floats your boat, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back, guys. As a heads up, before we move on to our next session, you will need a yoga mat, an A4 sized sheet of paper, a pencil, and a marker pen. And in our next session, we have Benjamin, who is a personal trainer and a functional exercise specialist. Ben has coached thousands of runners to improve their technique, working with a broad range of people, starting all the way from beginners all the way up to athletes. In this session, Ben will be talking us through some simple exercises to explore, reconnect, and put life back into our feet. The floor is all yours, Ben. looks like we have Ben here. Hi, Ben. I think you're on mute.
Unmute.
Ah, now I can hear you. Hello.
Wonderful. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. Always the joy of, you know, technical jam. How are you doing?
I'm great, thank you. Really looking forward to your session.
Yes, it is super warm in London today. Obviously, it's a lot hotter elsewhere around the world, but you have to excuse me. I've got a bit of a sweat on. Righty. So let's have a little bit of an introduction, shall we? My name is Benjamin Vesconte. I have been working with people to improve their foot health and movement skill, let's say, for about 10 years now. I joined the Vivo Barefoot Shoe Company in 2007. I was excited to work with a company that was very environmentally aware. At the time, they were making recycled shoes and shoes out of Indian quilts that were unique. And we also had some interesting shoes that were called Vivo Barefoot. And anecdotally, I had a bad back for many, many years. And when I started to wear this footwear, a lot of my back pain went away. And then I was very fortunate to meet a world expert in biomechanics and movement who'd been using barefoot running and barefoot movement to rehabilitate people from injuries, Mr. Lee Saxby. And I was lucky to learn from him for a year or two, and ever since have been sharing the love of, you know, reconnecting and exploring with our feet and relearning the skills of natural movement and embracing our movement, as it were, with the goal of regenerating our body and becoming healthier, fitter, better, happier humans. So this is what we're all about. Okay, let's start with by drawing our feet, please. One of the interesting things is, you know, what is a foot shaped like, and what's a foot's purpose? So if you can grab a piece of paper, please. I'm going to do it right here. Good idea to stand up and do this, because you might find that your foot is different when you're standing. So let's have a go. I'm just going to pop this down here, stand on my foot. So you can please join in with this. I can see questions. So if anyone has questions, please let me know. I have just been for a walk in my local woods, so in my sandals, so my feet are slightly dirty. But anyway, here we go. Let's just draw around your foot, please. So we're going to draw around the toes. Doesn't have to be particularly Picasso-like. We're just going to get a rough outline of our feet. Okay, so there we go. Oh, you're going to be able to see that again. Maybe I'll use a pen. I'll see it better. Here we go. I'm going to do it on there. Let's do that again, and then you'll see it a little bit better. Okay, here we go. Let's just draw around our feet. Don't really need to go in between those toes. Let's go around there and then up. Okie dokie. Now you'll be able to see it a little bit better. It's just a rough outline of a foot. But what you might notice is my big toe and where it's positioned. And my feet weren't always like that. After years of wearing normal shoes, and I used to work in the city in London and have to wear dress shoes, and collected trainers, let's say, which were not as wide as Vivo's. So when I started wearing a Vivo shoe, my feet didn't look like this. And if you get, I don't know if you have one of these handy, but if you get the insole from one of your shoes and place it over that drawing of your foot, yeah, and line it up with the outside of your foot, and then maybe with a different coloured pen, have a go at drawing around that. So here, the purpose of this is to say, you know, what shape are feet and what should the shape of a foot be? And of course, we're all different. There are going to be differences in our arch height, in the width of our feet, in the length of our feet, all of those things. But only a little bit. And actually, when we look at populations that spend a lot of time barefoot, what we find is that generally they have wider toes and stiffer arches, let's say, rather than a higher or a lower. They have functional arches. So as you can see, if you continue to wear shoes that have a narrower toe box than your foot would like to be, then what happens is eventually, and I'm going to now put your foot back on there and try and fit it into that insole that you just drew. And what you find is you have to squish your toes together in order to fit it in the shoe. And because of everything that's going on in the world right now, the lockdown, you know, it's reminding a number of us of what it was like when you're at school and you spend a lot of your, I'm going to draw around my foot again. Now it's squished inside the shoe. You know, in summertime, we would obviously spend a lot of time barefoot. And then at the end of the summer, when you go back to put your school shoes on, of course, it's only a couple of months, so your feet might have grown a little bit, but what they've really done is they've just expanded back out. So you can see if I continually wear a shoe that is going to squish my toes together, then you end up, amazingly, with slightly more squished toes. And so that is the point of having a little go with that exercise, okay? And just to, this is a Vivo insole. So no, I'm not going to pick on the branding of the other insole there. I'm just going to put a Vivo insole lined up with the outside of this other insole. And they are a similar size. If anything, the narrower one here is actually a larger size. But as you can see, this area here is just giving you that space to allow your big toe to be in a better position. And why would we want, it's called an abducted big toe, when your big toe is moving away from the midline of your foot. It's called abduction. But why would we want that? Why is that a desirable thing? Well, of course, having a wider base of support gives you better balance and better stability. And one of the muscles that pulls our big toe out away from the other toes is called the abductor hallucis. So it's coming alongside the inside of our foot. Yeah. Now, if we constantly are in shoes that are pushing the big toe in, what happens with that muscle is that muscle becomes atrophied and won't function as well. Now, when it doesn't function as well, it also influences the function of the arch of the foot. So, narrow toe boxes in shoes narrow our toes, and they weaken the function, weaken the strength of our big toes and our feet, which ultimately can lead to, you know, poorer movement skill, worse balance. And whilst it's tricky to get this across to younger people, of course, we normally don't think about these things until later. Falls cost in the UK, falls cost something like 3.7 million a day, 1.7 billion a year. So we have studies that we've done with Liverpool University that show that wearing a wide, thin, flexible shoe improves the postural stability of middle-aged and old people like me. And also they can perform a timed up and go test quicker. Yeah. So also we've done studies with younger people, students, which showed that when they wore the Vivo shoes for 6 months, they ended up with 60% stronger toe flexor muscles. So why and how do people make a change in life? People generally only make changes because they're inspired or desperate. Yeah, so you can either wait until you have foot problems later on and then try and find solutions for them, or we can be inspired now to connect with our feet and think about the nutrition that we give our feet, which is what we put on them, and consider maybe that it's a good idea to wear shoes which are wide and thin and flexible and allow the foot to actually function. Okay, so further myths. Generally, places where people go barefoot, they don't have any of the foot problems that we do. So plantar fasciitis, you know, Morton's neuromas, Achilles tendonitis, none of these things really exist because people have strong mobile feet. And of course, puncture wounds can be an issue, but other than that, people generally don't, and bunions and things like that, don't really have a place. So if our feet are weaker, one of the best things that we can do is spend more time barefoot. And because of the current lockdown situations in many places, we are spending more time barefoot at home. You may find that by spending more time barefoot, your feet have spread a little bit. And it's again one of those big questions that I often ask people. They get, you know, do you wear your shoes in, or do the shoes wear your feet in? There have been classic studies and research done since the late 18th century, but certainly lots in the 19th century and early 20th century, where they looked at the influence of shoes. And, you know, this is an ongoing discussion. I'm sure it's much older than that, since the dawn of time when we first wrapped some skins around our feet. I'm sure the conversation was around not tying them too tight so that, you know, we could run efficiently and skillfully. So there we go. Now, what do we do if we want to rehab our feet? Well, we're going to get into that over the sessions over the next couple of days. But today it's about exploring. So we've drawn around our feet. The next thing that you can do, if your foot, when you draw around it, if your big toe was in towards the other toes, then we can just do a little big toe abduction test. Can you just grab your big toe and pull it out further to the side? You know, there's an additional test that you can do with your big toe where you can put a ruler, a straight line, turn that over, you'll see it better, a straight line along the inside of your foot, and the big toe is ideally in line with that. And people are going to say, what about genetics? What about this, that, and other? Of course, there are slight variations in this. There's going to be a little bit of difference from person to person, but the biggest influence that you're going to have on the shape of your feet is kind of the nutrition that you give it, the space that you give it day to day. You know, that's going to have the influence. Okay, so practicing, the first steps to mobilizing your feet is to pull this big toe out. Yeah. And as I said, we're going to get more into exercises tomorrow, but pulling the big toe out and then also seeing how much range you have here. Can you pick your big toe up to about 60 degrees? We want between 60 and 90 degrees. And this is very, very important to skillful walking. And again, probably most of us at this age, hopefully at your age, hopefully have got decent range. But if you've started to get any kind of stiffness or pain, or pain in the middle of the balls, or stiffness in the ball of your big toe, or arch pain, or heel pain, or Achilles pain, I just really want to assure you that it is not natural. Let's say it's normal in society today. Almost all of us, 95% of us are born with perfect feet. Something like 77% of Americans have experienced foot pain by their middle age. It's not normal, it's normal, it's not natural. Yeah, okay. So can we pick our big toe up and pull it all the way up? And check your other foot as well. It's very important to be symmetrical, of course. If you have less range on one big toe compared to the other, then what you will find is that you will walk with an asymmetric gait, as in a slight limp on one side, potentially. So important to practice these exercises. Yeah. Okay, and we've just got a few minutes left today. So the next one I'd like everyone to do is to do a standing on one leg test. I'm on landscape view, as it were, here, so it's a bit tricky. If I stand up, you're not going to see my head, but let's do it anyway. Here we go. Okay, so I want you to practice just standing. We're going to stand on one foot and have a go at, can you stand on one foot for 30 seconds? Really, we can do a minute. The goal would be, can you stand on one foot for 30 seconds to a minute, absolute minimum. And when doing this, I find it useful to have foot pointed straight forward. So we're not pointing too far out to the side. When we do that, we find you have to put a lot of your body weight over to the outside of your foot in order to balance. When the foot is pointing straight forward and your big toe is functioning, and we'll talk more about that again tomorrow, then it's much, much easier, he says, falling over, to balance on one leg. Yeah, and of course, you can make these, the simple little exercises of balancing on one leg, more challenging by popping a yoga mat, foot, or a towel, something underneath your foot. And then, can we stand on that on one foot for 30 seconds to a minute? Yeah, so I'm going to come back down and chat, but please do carry on practicing standing on one foot. So the goal of today was to just bust a few myths. People who don't wear shoes generally don't have foot problems. Just imagine if when you went to the dentist said, yep, we've had teeth for 2 million years of our evolution, but I'm afraid they're not meant for chewing. Every time that you eat dinner, I need you to wear a gum shield. And think about the effect that wearing a gum shield, cushioning your teeth, would have on your jaw and your face, and potentially your gut, because you wouldn't be chewing properly. And it's the same with feet. Feet need as much interaction with the ground as possible in order to give you the information to move skillfully and to function naturally. There we go. Okay. I'm going to, there we go. Hello.
Hello, Ben. Thank you so much. That was very informative.
Good, good. We're layering in the information, so I'm trying to keep it just sort of a simple welcome today, and then we'll get into some more mobilization and toe exercises and embracing our feet tomorrow.
Yes, we'll be seeing a bit more of you, won't we? As you guide us through embracing and evolving the relationship that we have with our feet. Now,
do we have any questions, or are you keen to get cracking?
Let's see if we have any questions.
What's his name? Benjamin Le Vesconte.
I think people have been too busy participating in your sessions. No questions yet.
That's perfect. That's rich. As long as I'm delighted people hopefully drew around their feet and thought that was interesting and compare it to an insult, you know.
But we'll be seeing more of you tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll be getting more people tuning in.
Excellent.
So,
okay.
Before we move on to our next session, we have a quick video from some of our speakers for this event telling us what
youth for me is energy, is the capacity to wonder, is to be rebellious, is to be able to think in a different way. Youth is hope.
Youth feels to me to be thrown into an ocean of increasing possibilities. At the same time, we discover our inner aspirations. To connect these inner aspirations with the choices which appear in our life, that's one of the biggest challenges in the time of youth, in my perception.
Well, youth is a state of mind to me. When you take in all that is offered and leave no stone unturned in order to find what is meaningful to you and how you can make a positive difference in this world. So to me, youth is not so much a matter of age, but rather a way to perceive and take action in this world.
Youth, time of youth is a chance to explore the life, enjoy life, be crazy while you still can. And at the same time, finding your limits through all this. Getting to know the person you are, how you are supposed to live your life. And hopefully become wise and find your ways.
To me, youth is the time we dream wild, we hold the vision high, and we walk a lot, we work a lot, and we keep the vision high. And in doing that, allowing what we really and deeply love slowly becomes what we are and what we do in life. And that is where the art of contemplation, reflection, sitting in silence comes in.
Thank you guys very much for playing that video. Now, in our next session, we have Joshua Pollock, who is a co-author of the best-selling book, The Heartfulness Way. He has fascinated audiences worldwide with his stimulating explorations of the human field, while also facilitating personal reflection and deeply transformative experiences. Joshua has lectured and conducted seminars at many companies and institutions around the globe, some of which include Amazon, Google, the World Bank, and the United Nations headquarters. He is also a trained classical violinist and has performed internationally, collaborating extensively with the celebrated film composer A.R. Herrmann. He will also be joined today by Sudha, who is an electronics engineer by profession and a Heartfulness meditation trainer. And we really can't wait to know more about the Heartfulness Way, guys. Over to you.
Hi, Josh. Thank you so much for joining us today on day one of Youth 2.0.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So today we're here to talk about your book, The Heartfulness Way, which is not just the name of your book, but it's also a meditation technique that you talk about or you describe. Could you give us a little bit more information about what The Heartfulness Way is all about, or what your inspiration behind the book is?
Well, you know, the Heartfulness Way, for me, the Heartfulness Way, and not only heartfulness, but any system in which we're trying to somehow change ourselves, right? If you're trying to change yourself in any way, that's based on one simple understanding. And that simple understanding, I feel, is that, you know, you can't control your circumstances in life, not 100%, right?
Yes.
And because of that, you know, this imperfect world that we all live in, right? And to the extent that, you know, our basic stability, our balance, our happiness in life, to the extent that that is based on and determined by the things that are happening around me, the things that are happening to me, the things that are in any way affecting me, even if they happen at a distance, right? To the extent that the way I think and feel is going to be determined by that, then I'm always going to be on a roller coaster. You know, there's always going to be instability, right? So what we have to realize then is we have to wonder, looking around, we wonder sometimes, is it really possible? Is balance something which is just an ideal, or is it actually possible? And things like happiness, are they just fleeting emotions that can come and can go? Is peace something which really exists, or is again just an ideal that people hope for? So if we decide, you know, if we think for a moment that yes, it is achievable, right? Then we'll have to understand that it's not going to be achievable by creating perfection externally, because there isn't any, and there never will be, right? The only way that's going to be possible is if I'm able to manage my own thoughts, manage my own emotions and responses, so that I exist not independent or separate or isolated from the rest of the world. Somebody comes along and betrays you in life, you're going to be affected by that. Doesn't matter who you are. But there's a big difference whether you can forgive and let it go, or whether you hold that grudge for your whole life. Your quality of life will be affected by that ability to manage your own thoughts and emotions, right? And then if you can do that, then there's a possibility of at least the lowest hanging fruit, in my opinion, that heartfulness has to offer is peace of mind. Lowest hanging fruit. Then there's the possibility of that. But for that, you need tools. And that's one of the things that this book, The Heartfulness Way, is about, teaching you how to use those tools that are the, you know, that is what heartfulness practice is all about, right? Once you have achieved that basis of some kind of inner peace, now whole worlds and universes begin to unfold. So that's what, I mean, that's the basic thing, right? What does unfold anyway? There's a lot. But basically, if I can just continue just for a minute longer.
Oh, please, yes.
When you're able to remain so centered and so balanced inside, in spite of so much chaos surrounding you, right? Then all of a sudden we learn something. But then all of a sudden we achieve something that in the old yogic scriptures, in the Gita, in fact, is known as stitpragya, the state of balance. That only means one thing. That means that you're not being influenced by everything. You're not being constantly influenced. The influences are there, but you're not constantly being pushed and pulled. When you're not being pushed and pulled, what happens next? What happens next is that you have some clarity. You have some clarity and develop this quality of clear thinking, of discrimination, which again is known as viveka, right? Discrimination. So from the state of balance caused by meditation, you develop some balance, you develop some clarity, discrimination. And that only is there to tell you what you should do in life and what you shouldn't do in life. It gives you a clear idea of what your purpose is, right? And with that, you can choose yes and you can choose no, right? Yes and no. That no, when we choose no on this side, that is something that's called renunciation. That's called vairagya. And that renunciation is not, people think of renunciation as getting rid of all your belongings and running for the hills.
Right.
Renunciation is simply being able to recognize first, to discriminate between yes and no, and then having understood it, say, okay, no, and yes to something else at the same time.
Yes.
So that's what that's about. And this last thing is that the thing that discriminates is not your mind, but actually your heart. It's your heart that gives you the feeling of no, 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 or yes, proceed. It's your heart that tells you that. So this exercise of constantly listening to your heart gives us so much. You know, that's what heartfulness is about, as far as I can understand it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So I think especially the audience that's watching today, who is primarily youth, is, you know, that clarity, that viveka that you speak about, or that discrimination, is something that we really yearn for, really hope to achieve. But at looking back on kind of your journey and your personal journey to finding meditation, and if you could go back and tell your 20-something self, like, now, what was some advice or something you would say to them on how we could, you know, find this?
Oh, it's very simple. Just listen to this heart. Listen to this heart, and listen to your conscience as your heart. Understand that that's what it is, and pay very close attention. It's very, very easy. You can very quickly, you can make mistakes, you know, that have enormous repercussions in life. You can very easily make mistakes. And such mistakes are also very easily avoided the more we're tuned into ourselves. So I would tell myself to do what I did. You start meditating.
Yes.
You know, I would tell myself, I would rather go back to my, you know, 15-year-old self and say that. That's where I made most of my, no, I said, so I still make mistakes. I'm not trying to say you never make mistakes.
Right, yes.
Make a mistake when you practice heartfulness. That's not what I'm saying. But the fact is, you have the option not to. And then, because the signals are there, right? You have the choice. And now actually the responsibility becomes greater. This is the problem. The weight of your decisions becomes greater also. I don't mean to scare anyone, but it's true. Because when you have a special inspiration that's telling you to do something or not to do something, now it isn't a matter of ignorance anymore. Now it's a matter of willful ignorance.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the whole kind of life just changes completely. But I'm very thankful for, you know, this practice, which I just came across so accidentally walking down the street one day. You know, just bumped into somebody who practiced it, and we were talking about something else entirely. And, you know, 10 minutes later, it came out that they meditated, and I tried it, right? That's one of the inspirations for the book, because I realized it's so difficult for me. I mean, look how random this was. Look how easily I could have messed this up. So if people can know that it exists, then it'll be better. You know, I would have liked to be able to have that. You know.
So would you say you found heartfulness at like a difficult period, or like you were saying, the roller coaster that we face?
I mean, life is always a difficult period, not an easy period.
That's true.
You know, I mean, there were things happening. Yeah, there were things happening. I mentioned in the book that my sister had, you know, passed away only maybe a couple weeks earlier.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. I had already been trying to meditate for some years before that. But, you know, I didn't really find so much gratification in that, and that was okay with me. In the intro, you mentioned that I'm a musician, right? I'm a violinist.
Yes.
If you're a violinist, you know very, very well that certain good things take a lot of patience, a lot of willpower and discipline, you know. And I knew that. I mean, violin is like that. Piano isn't like that. I mean, my apologies to any pianists, but I mean, if you play the note, it's in tune as long as the piano's in tune. And it's going to sound decent as long as it's a decent piano, right? But you play even the best violin in the world, you give a Stradivari to somebody who can't play, and no one will be able to tell it's a Stradivari. There's a squeak and squawk and scratch. You have to practice a lot. And you have to have patience and willpower. So I thought when I meditated, it was going to be the same thing. I close my eyes and it's just scratches and squeaks and squawks, you know? All this instability and refuse and dirt coming up from inside myself and preventing me from meditating entirely, right? And that's what my experience was every time I meditated, every kind of method that I came across. So I was very, very surprised when very soon after, you know, trying this kind of meditation that I practice now, it came very quickly. as if it were a piano and not a violin.
So that's when you kind of knew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what, I mean, I knew, I think I knew immediately. There were always some signs there.
Yes. Well, that's beautiful.
Like that.
So there's one thing I wanted to touch upon is you mentioned yogic transmission in the book and how it's a key to the heartfulness and way and what makes it so unique. Maybe you could share with us a little bit about what that is and why it makes heartfulness unique.
Back in the 1870s, there's a gentleman was born in North India. And as a small child, people actually started coming to him. Adults started coming to him for what exactly, I don't know. Spiritual experiences, maybe spiritual training. But the fact is that they found that in his presence, they were having mystical experiences, though he was just a child, right? From his perspective, he had discovered or rediscovered something. He hadn't discovered anything new. He had rediscovered an old method of spiritual training that existed a long time ago in India, and to which there are certain references in yogic literature, faint references, but references nonetheless, like in Yoga Vashishta and some places, Upanishads, various places you find this reference to this yogic transmission that I haven't yet explained, and the method of spiritual training. I'll just pause here and say, when we are talking about references to old texts and ancient texts, generally, if you're reading them, they go over your head and you have no idea what they're talking about. Generally, that's just what you find. But if you first experience it and then you read it, then you recognize it. You say, aha, that's what it's about. I only know it because I've experienced it.
Yes.
So experience comes first. Anyway, so this boy, people were coming to him. And then later on, it just increased, right? And that was the founder of this Heartfulness way. He was the founder. And over time, this ability to transmit has been passed down amongst successive generations. And people have been benefiting from it because that's the reason that I found that it was so effective when I started. I didn't know. Nobody sat me down like this and said, this is about yogic, this is yogic transmission that's causing this. I had no idea. I was just sitting there and meditating. Later on, someone tells me this is transmission. That's the reason you're having these experiences. And I ask the same question, what is this? Because I'm meditating, my eyes are closed, I don't see anything. Nobody's doing anything, apparently. So what is this yogic transmission? So what is it? It's difficult to explain such things, I have to say, but we can only give analogies. And the analogy that I feel best translates is that, you know, like in the same way that many people believe in divinity, they believe that divine energy is everywhere. Many people have this intuition that such a thing is there. But do you really, really, really experience it in your life? Or is it something you hope to experience? That's the difference. In the same, we see people may believe in God, but a belief in something, it automatically means you haven't experienced it, because you don't believe in things. If you go to the beach and see the ocean, you come back and say, I believe in the ocean. You don't have to believe in it because you've seen it.
Right.
But if you've never seen it, then you might say, aha, I believe in the ocean. Somebody's told me about it, so I believe in it. Right? So when you experience something, belief has nothing to do with it. It's out of the picture. Until you experience it, it's only about belief. And same thing with God. So can you experience this? The question. Well, now air is all around us too, but we don't always experience that. I mean, we don't remember that it's there. But if someone turns on the fan, this current of air is now being focused on you and you feel it. That's what transmission is. Somehow, somebody is triggering or focusing this current of the divine energy that's already there. They're focusing this on you like a laser, right? Or like, and because of that, all of a sudden, because of this movement now you experience something. And you can say, aha, and renounce belief. You know?
Yes.
So that is sort of basically what yogic transmission is. It's something you have to just experience. You have to go to somebody who can impart this, like all
Yes.
heartfulness trainers can.
Yes.
And see what it's like. Do it a few times.
Mm.
Nobody will ever charge you for it because such things can't be. It's not a market, you know?
Yes.
Spirituality isn't a market. God
Yeah, I
can't
think
be sold, so.
we will be fortunate enough to have a small session with you, I think,
Yeah.
in a few minutes. So I think one of the concerns that a lot of youth are having is that as they're figuring out life and as they're figuring out this roller coaster you talk about, being, you know, so many more responsibilities, so many more paths to choose, is that they just don't have the time to meditate. They don't have the time to sit and have a one-to-one. But something I've heard is that as the more you meditate, the more time you have to meditate. What is your take on this, or what would be some advice you would give?
I have a couple different takes on it, I think. Because on one hand, you could say very easily that, you know, to tell somebody that the more, you know, they meditate, the more time they'll have to meditate. To say that to a busy person is like telling a beggar, save your money.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
But maybe they can save a penny.
Yeah.
You know, and if you really have no time to meditate, then take a couple minutes and meditate. I mean, I don't think anybody has no time.
Right.
Nobody has no time to meditate. You might think, I have to meditate for half an hour, and therefore you'll say, I have no time to meditate. So that's for people who are really sincere and genuine in saying that they have no time to meditate. But I say, in my experience, 90% of the time, that argument is not a sincere argument.
Yes.
I don't find it to be a sincere argument. I don't find it to be genuine. I find it to be an excuse. But then why would somebody be giving an excuse unless they don't want to meditate? And then if they don't want to meditate, who are they giving that excuse to? It must be somebody who's forcing them to meditate. So in this situation, when this comes up, I think we can just say that somebody is trying to impose meditation on somebody who doesn't want it to. It may not be that they don't like meditation. They might just not like having something imposed on them by another person.
Right.
It can be that simple. So I think an answer here is nothing about time. Answer here is don't impose things on other people and put them in this position, you know? And if you really are sincere and you don't have any time to meditate, carve out the time. You'll see that priorities, I mean, who says I don't have time to get dressed in the morning? I'm just going to go to the office.
Yeah.
Right?
Probably nobody.
I don't think probably nobody. Yeah. So I think you get my point.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it should be a genuine interest, I think. So just to double back to the book and kind of your personal, what is one of your favorite quotes or maybe excerpts from the book or something? Because this is a conversation. There is conversation in this book between you and Baji, the global guide. So maybe a particular experience or something that you felt was really special to you while writing it.
Well, it was a long time ago now. I would say that my memory is that somehow I feel that the prayer chapter.
Okay.
The prayer chapter, I think, was special in a way.
Okay.
And I think it was, see, in this book, there's a certain amount of technique. When you meditate, there's a technique to it. When you meditate, when you do the other practice we talk about in this book, cleaning, there's some technique to it. What is the technique for prayer? There's no technique. When you pray, the only thing that is, technique and prayer are like a paradox. Because prayer is just a absolutely honest expression of your heart, from your heart. And so there's no technique at all involved in this. And I would say that ultimately all of these practices should not have any technique. We have to really transcend technique, going into naturalness. The technique is there because you need something to start with. Right? When we meditate, in a few minutes, I'll talk to you about the technique of meditation, how we meditate on the presence of divine light in the heart. But to somebody who really meditates and has, really gotten into this, they don't sit down and they don't have this thought, okay, let's see, there's divine light in my heart, and now what I'll do is X, Y, and Z. There's no process. You just close your eyes and you plunge without any attempt. So the whole practice has to become natural. And that's why heartfulness, the other name for this practice is Sahaj Marg, which means natural path, right? So I like prayer because of that. I like prayer because it's the part of the book that's most spontaneous, because there's the least to say about it in terms of follow this process.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I think that's like the perfect point to kind of ask you to give us a small practical session now. If you could give us like a taster of the heartfulness meditation.
How much time do we have?
So I think we have about 20 minutes, a little bit under, yeah.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes. Like I said, if you can save a penny, then so
great.
Let's try it.
Sure.
Here now, I was just telling you that we have this technique.
Right.
We aim to transcend, of course.
Yes.
So this technique, we meditate. As I said, this whole practice is about tuning into the heart. So we meditate on the heart. And we meditate not just on the heart, but we make a suggestion, or we suppose to ourselves that there is a divine presence within our heart. And we suppose that that divine presence is there in the form of light. And that this light itself also has a source that's there within us, there within our heart. So if that sounds very complicated, think of it very, very simply. There's a source of light within your heart. That's a very special thing. And the process of meditation is just that you with closed eyes, remind yourself of this presence within. And now settling your mind, directing your attention there at your heart. You now see what you feel, see what you experience over the course of this meditation. What subtle state now starts developing in you, right, over the course of this meditation? Do you feel the presence of this? What to say about it? Do you feel this presence of the source within yourself? Some inkling of that. If you start with a feeling of longing, that I want to feel this, I want to know this presence which is eternal within me, then it'll help a lot. So that's the technique. I'll just make one comment that people often think, what about the thoughts that I have during meditation? Because everybody seemed to come to this understanding, whether or not they've ever meditated, that something is wrong if you're having a lot of thoughts when you meditate. The best way, which we recommend, is to treat thoughts as if they're uninvited guests. When an uninvited guest comes to your house, because you're a generous and hospitable person, you don't throw them out of your house. But you're not going to encourage them either to keep staying and staying. You're not going to keep feeding them and give them this and engage them in conversation. There's at a certain point that ignoring starts to happen, right? Then they go away on their own. You don't want to offend them though. Mm-hmm. So same thing with the thoughts. They come, but don't entertain them. They come, but don't fight them. Just let them be there. Your business is, here. The heart, feeling. Your business is there. They can be like traffic noise outside. They come and they go. But you stay with what you're doing. So that's how we're going to meditate. Now, I will walk you through this and kind of out of it again too. I'll just tell you that we'll relax this part of the body, that part of the body, and guide you into this thing rather gradually. Okay?
Yes.
I would just ask everyone who's sitting there that this is a very good time to silence your phones so that they don't bother you now. Okay, please, please close your eyes very gently. Now, bring your attention to your toes. You can wiggle your toes, in fact. and then relax them. You can even imagine that there's a current of healing energy entering through the soles of your feet from Mother Earth, and that this healing current of energy relaxes all the muscles in your feet. And it gradually moves upward, gently moving upward, relaxing your ankles. Moving further upward, your lower legs start to relax. Your knees. Your upper legs. And relax your hips. Relax your abdomen. And relax your waist. Let this energy continue upwards, relaxing your chest. The upper part of your chest. And relax your whole back. From top till bottom. And especially your shoulders. Have the idea that they're melting. Your upper arms. Your elbows, relax your elbows. And all the muscles in your forearms. Relax your wrists and hands, fingers. And your neck now. Relax all the muscles in your neck. Relax your jaws. Drop your lower jaw. And all the muscles in your face. There'd be a lot of softness in your eyes. Let them be so gently closed. Your ears and earlobes. All the way to the top of your head. And gently become aware of your entire body. If there's any place which requires further attention, care, relaxation, direct the currents of this healing energy to that area. And let it be healed or relaxed. With the gentle suggestion that your attention is already centered in your heart. There, where the source of light is also present. And in a very natural way, you can relax into that and draw you inward. You can get drowned in that. And like this, please start meditation. That's all. So we've reached the end of the session. Don't just jump out of your chair. I believe there's another session coming up.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So take this opportunity, this transition period, and see how you feel. You can still feel as if you're still meditating, even if your eyes are opening. Right? Just remain in touch with this inner state. And also, the generations now are so different than generations 50 years ago and 100 years ago. And even if you've fallen in love with somebody and that person hurt you, it's no reason to close your heart forever. You only hurt yourself.
Thank you so much, Josh. I think that was the perfect end to the session. And as always, watching you speak or interview, we always take away something new. So thank you very much for joining us again today.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, both of you. That was a wonderful session. I always think it's a good idea to reflect on your experiences, especially the ones that you gain during meditation. So I think now is a good time to have a little reflection. Maybe grab a piece of paper near you or a journal and write down any thoughts or feelings that came up during your meditation. We hope you're having a lovely day so far, everyone. Our next speakers are Angus Nelson and Paridhi Singh to discuss what it means to follow your calling. Angus is a young actor and musician in Scotland who is now also entering a career in politics. And a little bit about Pari. Pari is a trainee solicitor in England and holds a Masters of Law degree from the University of Cambridge. She has also undertaken several projects around the globe with the United Nations Developmental Programme. Angus and Pari will be joined in discussion by Dan, who is a social psychologist by profession and also a Heartfulness trainer. And we really can't wait over here, guys. Over to you.
Thanks, Sharanya. Really happy to be here today talking to Angus and Pari. And we've had some really formal introductions, but I just wondered if you could just tell us a bit more about yourselves and what gets you thinking. So should we start with you, Angus?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Angus Nelson. I'm a 21-year-old actor and musician from Edinburgh. I left school a few years ago to go and do acting, and since then I've had opportunities in, first of all, music, and then politics arise, and I decided not to close myself off to either of those options, and I'm now pursuing all three of those careers at the same time.
Wow, that's impressive. And how about you, Pari? Just tell us a bit about yourself.
So hi, I'm Pari. I'm originally from India, but now I live in London. I'm training to be a lawyer in UK, and part-time I also work as a volunteer with Citizens Advice, which is a charity dedicated to giving free, independent, confidential advice to people on a variety of matters such as consumer rights, debt, housing, and finance. I also teach yoga in my free time, and I'm also a Heartfulness yoga trained yoga teacher. So yeah, that's me.
Wow, sounds very busy, both of you. So as our session is about, opening multiple doors and navigating multiple different careers, I was just wondering, how did you kind of end up deciding that having one career wasn't for you, and that you kind of wanted to go down these kind of multiple different avenues? Do you want to start, Pari, actually? Let's start that.
Yeah, sure. I think it was very much not something I had intended to do. And it was very much a consequence of some of my plans not working out as I hoped they would. So when I graduated from doing my master's in Cambridge, I was really hoping to end up in a career job which was focused in the development sector. In particular, I wanted to work at an international development organization such as the UN or Amnesty International. And unfortunately, I didn't get a job there. But fortunately, it meant that I started to be more open-minded and looking at perhaps other transferable skills and career pathways I could look at, which would still help me in my journey of growing into a better lawyer effectively. And luckily, I found management consultancy at Accenture. And because I still was invested in wanting to do social service, working in the development sector, I part-time, while I was working as a full-time management consultant in Accenture in Scotland, was also working as a volunteer at United Nations House Scotland, which is a charity organization in Scotland dedicated to promoting sustainable development goals in the country. So that's Angus's neck of the woods. So yeah, it was very much not something I had intended, but found myself in, and I'm very grateful for that having happened.
Great, fantastic. And how about you, Angus? So you've got three kind of really different things going on there. So how did that kind of come about?
Well, very much the same. It wasn't so much as me deciding it, it was more my career deciding it for me. My career, my health meant that I had to take a bit of a step back from acting. And for me, the obvious answer to that was to transition music from being not just a hobby of mine, but also an actual career. And when I started doing that, I realized how much I was enjoying it. And I didn't want to give that up when I was able to go back to acting again. And building on that, I realized that having not closed myself off to that opportunity of something that I did want to do, the same should apply if another opportunity, in this case it was politics, came along. So I decided to just do all three of them at the same time, because none of them are ever going to be taking up all of my time right now. So I'm perfectly happy to pursue all three of them. And if one of them gets to that stage, I'll put that one to the forefront and let the other two go in the back burners for a bit.
Oh, that's interesting. So I guess both of you have kind of shown that you've just been really flexible, I guess, in terms of, you know, the way that you've made your choices. And you've also ended up doing quite kind of different things. So I was just wondering, is there kind of underlying threads or underlying motivation that's kind of, you know, a bit bigger than each of those individual careers that, you know, has motivated you to go in those directions? Pari, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. I think there's a mix of things, but if I had to narrow it down, firstly, it would have to be that I always wanted to work in a very international setting where I was contributing to the well-being of wherever I was. So the idea of always wanting to do good but aimed at others, and in an international setting, because I think the second tenet that comes to is wanting to grow personally. And I've always realized in my experience, I've learned a lot from people of different cultures, their way of thinking, their way of working. So I think the two big things for me was working in service of others and picking and learning and growing along the way on this journey. And so, yeah, I always found myself, even in situations where I was things were not really going as planned, that as long as I was learning and growing and I was able to do something in the service of others, that it just somehow meant I was able to find a footing and take it from there. And yeah, I think just the broader thing that I also always want to make the best of whatever's been given to me. And I think that also has helped, that attitude's definitely helped in managing multiple careers.
Right. Really interesting. And how about you, Angus? Have you found there's anything kind of bigger motivating you, or is it just being flexible?
Pretty much just my personality, to be honest. I've always been a performer. I, you know, spent most of my time in high school on stage. That was the natural progression for me, just to go keep doing that. And I've always been doing music, so I decided to keep that up as a career as well. In terms of the politics, I got to the point where I decided I want to try and offer something to improve the situation in Scotland in any way that I can. So I just got involved locally on a small scale, and it's just been slowly building up as I've had more opportunities arise for me.
Right. And yeah, politics is an interesting area because I think some people are a bit disillusioned, or they think that there's a lot of corruption in politics. So what's kind of, you know, made you think that you want to get involved in politics, and do you think it is possible to really make a difference then?
Well, it's pretty much just that. As you said, there's a lot of corruption in politics, and personally, I don't think there needs to be. So that's one thing. I think it's far too adversarial as it is right now, and too many parliaments across the world, the Scottish Parliament and Westminster Parliament, people are coming together not to actually focus on issues and try to resolve them, but for one party to try and resolve something and have all of the other parties attack them over their attempts at doing that, basically, instead of offering any alternative. So that's something that I'd quite like to change if possible.
That's really interesting. So more sort of a collaborative kind of politics.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, yeah, that would be really impressive. It would be great if
yeah, small goals, I know.
Okay, and what do you think? I mean, it sounds like you're both involved in really kind of diverse things and kind of really engaging, really involving. So what's been rewarding about that? Like, you know, having these kind of different interests that you can dip into and kind of switch. Has there been anything that you've been able to take from, say, one area, like for you, Angus, say from acting, and, you know, use those skills in other areas, or how's that kind of worked?
Well, acting transfers perfectly over into public speaking. I find that, you know, as I said, I've got a lot of experience up on stage, and that's the same for performing music as well. It feels very natural for me to stand up and talk about things. When I was in high school, I also did a lot of Model United Nations debating, all that kind of thing. So it's always been an interest for me at some level.
Yeah. So one day we're going to see you and Pari meeting in the UN somewhere, completely different routes.
We'll see, yeah.
And how about you, Pari?
Yeah, definitely. I think to begin with, it was quite humbling to get a switch from a legal world and having, you know, done my bachelor's and master's degree in law to then just suddenly be thrown into the world of management consultancy, because I think as lawyers, we think we are the best and we make the society go round. Like there's a very false perception. So when I entered the world of management consultancy and I saw how hard startups, for instance, work on what they do, how businesses work, and how hard I think just observing that there's different elements of society which all come together to make a cohesive whole. It was very humbling, and to take that step back from always thinking like a lawyer to thinking more like a management consultant, or perhaps just a normal person for that matter. So I think that really helped, that perception of humbling, because what that meant is I'm now more receptive to looking for answers and information outside of the world of law, even when it comes to solving problems. So one of the big things in management consultancy is that it's all about problem solving, and it's about creatively problem solving often. So I found that in the legal world, we still tend to do things a bit more traditionally, and we're not so open to change, whereas the world of business is all about innovation, change. And so I find that it really bounces off quite well with law, which can in fact bring a sense of rigidity in terms of how you approach the practice or how you take to the legal career. So I found that a lot of that is helping me as a lawyer to think more creatively about perhaps how to answer certain client queries, how to think about other ways of helping my clients, which don't necessarily end up in going to a court, but perhaps working out a negotiation with the person that they're having trouble with, and reaching creative settlements, for instance. So I found that in addition to it being quite a humbling experience, it's actually directly benefited my legal career to actually work as a having worked as a management consultant and gotten good at problem solving. So definitely, I think a lot of skills in most professions these days are transferable. Even picking up something like how to use Microsoft PowerPoint, which I didn't know very well at all, has been really helpful in being able to present if necessary and put my ideas together. So definitely there's a wealth of information and knowledge. Nothing ever goes wasted. So it's really important to have that open mind and being able to pick up what's important and cross apply it to whatever it is that you want to do.
Hey. And have you been able to use that in your volunteering as well? Because I guess citizens' advice, you're talking to lots of different sorts of people and also maybe helping to solve problems. So yes, same.
Yeah. I mean, it's been an interesting transition at Citizen Advice, because mostly we deliver advice in person, but we've actually now have to switch to a new way of working, which is all about remote working, relying on online communication channels. So it's been quite useful in that I'm quite comfortable with using digital technologies, but this was something that a lot of people in the organization had not really used before and found it not being a perfect substitute to having an in-person interaction with a client, for instance. So I think even in terms of just technology and the place that it occupies in the virtual world with the lockdown and pandemic, it's been really useful to be able to know how to transition and perhaps help your colleagues in the transition to a new way of working. So yeah, it's definitely helped.
Okay, and I was interested in one kind of area about developing a career, which is around setbacks, because there are times when things don't go as planned, and I guess that's part of your story, getting to where you have been actually, is having that flexibility to kind of change directions. But I'm just wondering if you've got any kind of advice about how to handle setbacks and how to kind of use them in a positive way at all. I'll ask you, Angus, first, because what are your experiences of that?
Well, I've certainly had a lot of them. I suppose, there's the saying of hindsight 2020 vision, and looking back on it now, I think to myself, if I didn't have all these setbacks, things would have gone down this route and I wouldn't be here where I am today. So that definitely makes it easier to flip that the other way. Is just to think the right thing is going to come along at some point. One of the biggest setbacks I had, which just kind of proves that point, was I was applying for musical theatre at the Royal Conservatoire of Scotland, and I got right to the very last round, just before they chose who was going to join the course. Unfortunately, I wasn't picked to join the course that year, and then a few months later I discovered that I had a heart condition that needed operated on. And if I'd gone along to the course and I'd been doing loads of physical exercise, lots of dancing, that could have put me in some serious danger. So that wasn't the right thing for me at that time. And just believing that the right thing is going to come along eventually, it's a very optimistic standpoint. I'm a very optimistic person. That for me is how I've managed to handle it. And also having a good support network around you and stuff like that, of people to keep you going.
Yeah. And who are those people that kind of help you, if it is more difficult?
Well, first of all, My mum's the other optimist in the family, so me and her, absolutely. But also on more of a kind of a peer point of view, I have a friend who's also an actor, and the two of us are doing a lot of music together, and it's just finding somebody who's going through the same stuff as you, so you can share your experiences. You know exactly what the other person's going through, and it's for your own sake of mind. Every time you have a setback, you don't think, is this just me that this is happening to? You can see it happening to somebody in the exact same situation as you. So it's having not just, mentors and stuff around you, it's peers and friends of yours.
Yeah, it's really important, I think. Yeah. And how about you, Peri? Are you equally as optimistic, or how do you deal with setbacks?
I think I have become more optimistic because of what Angus said, that in hindsight, most things do work out, and you do realize that even if you've gone on a detour, it's enriched you in a way perhaps going according to plan wouldn't have. So I think somewhere taking those hits and getting stronger and becoming more resilient and trusting that the right thing will come along will help. I think in addition to that, what really helped me, in addition to having a support system as well, was having a better relationship with myself. And I think this is a really important one. At the end of the day, what's going to anchor you before anybody else is going to be yourself. And it's something that you can work on. It's something that takes time. And knowing yourself is a double-edged sword. I found knowing yourself often means we focus too much on the flaws and not so much on our strengths, perhaps. And so I find that building a better relationship with yourself, whether that's through contemplative, meditative practices, having a particular hobby or passion that allows you to trust in yourself more, be more balanced and centered, will help you when situations are not going in your favor to respond in a more balanced, centered way. And so I think building a relationship with yourself, which you can start doing as soon as like today, right, is something that helps in the longer term to become more resilient in dealing with setbacks. Having said that, there are going to be a lot of setbacks. And that's just, I hope it doesn't happen to anybody, but from being in the world that we live in, it's very competitive. And no matter what field you're pursuing, whether it's, and what opportunities you're chasing, whether it's internship applications, a fellowship or a job, you will get rejections, but they do not define you. And just, again, have that faith that something right that's meant for you will come along. But just get better. You have to kind of get better at being able to deal with them, because you will get setbacks for sure.
Yeah, I think that's really important, isn't it? It's kind of part of the story that we often don't see, even if people are very successful, that they've always had a lot of setbacks along the way. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's really important to recognize that. Okay, and I was just wondering what advice, I think someone from the audience has asked this question as well. So, how do you kind of handle doing all of these things at the same time? And does it get a bit overwhelming sometimes? Because it sounds really busy to be able to, juggle sort of 2 or 3 careers at the same time. So, Peri, I was talking to you last, so I'll refer that back to you.
Yeah, sure. It never gets easy, and you will drop the ball. So in my experience, like I found sometimes, especially when events are happening at work and you're quite absorbed fully in work, I found, especially when I was at Accenture, sometimes it being quite hard to juggle some of the volunteering responsibilities I had at United Nations House Scotland. And I find that now as well, with a lot of training for a lawyer is quite intensive, and to do any time into volunteering and teaching yoga is quite difficult. So I think it's, firstly, you have to tell yourself that it's okay to not be able to manage them perfectly every single day. But what I did find was that where there is genuine interest and willingness, somehow in you, the capacity will start to build. So I found that it wasn't that on day one, I was very good at managing multiple careers. But over time, somewhere my capacity gave in. Somehow I managed to integrate my passions at my workplace. So for instance, at Accenture, I was part of the Accenture Mental Health and Wellbeing cohort, where I could organize heartfulness meditation activities. I could participate in yoga classes. So I found that in my workplace, I was able to breathe a space where I could integrate my passions. And similarly, I started doing also like integrated events with United Nations House Scotland, participating with Accenture sustainability team. So I find you are able to, at some point with time, grow your capacity to manage multiple careers. So I would definitely not put it beyond someone's capacity. I think that capacity comes with pushing yourself a bit every day. And also, if you're genuinely interested, you will find that somehow, I know this is cliche, but the universe will help you find the right schedule to manage different responsibilities. But it's definitely possible. It is an art. You have to perfect it. It takes time, but it's definitely possible for sure.
Great, that's really, really encouraging, I think, to hear that. And a question specifically for Angus, this one, which is something about, I think it's probably related to politics. So how do you handle the kind of discouragement resulting from long-rooted issues in kind of the system and things that are happening, and kind of what are your thoughts on that? Because I guess you have to be kind of brave to think that there's, you know, a different way of doing things and so on. So I don't know if you've got any ideas about that. It's a question from the audience.
Yeah, well, first of all, it would be identifying what the issues are. And personally, as I said, I think the biggest one that I can think of from my point of view is that different parties just don't work together enough. And I think that's a massive problem, which is just prevalent in all walks of life right now. When people are disagreeing with each other, their immediate reaction is to try and debate it with each other and argue. And that's not going to get you anywhere at all. I've changed my viewpoint on this completely over the last year or so, because I used to enjoy debating people. As I said, used to do all the debating club work, but that's not actually going to get anything done. If we're going to get stuff done, we need to change people's attitudes and explain it to them. It's all about education. So the way that I see we can stop all these deep-seated problems in politics is by slowly getting people away from that idea that it's adversarial, that we should be fighting each other for which idea is correct, and it's trying to find a middle ground. Because after all, politicians are elected to represent the people of whichever area they are in. And there were thousands of other people who voted for a different opinion from the one that's got in. You don't just have a right to represent the people that voted for you, but all the people that didn't vote for you as well. So you've got to try and find a way to compromise with other people's viewpoints, other parties' viewpoints. And I think that would be the best way that we can improve on the situation we've got right now.
Great, that's very inspiring. I think I'd vote for you already, if that helps. Okay, and a question which is more about this kind of, I think this issue about balance, which, you know, is a really big one, right? If you're trying to do different things and pursue different things. And someone's asked how to handle kind of relationships with your friends and your family, you know, if you are kind of stretched and you're trying to pursue different things. And particularly also if you're short of resources, if you're in a kind of uncertain period, if kind of pushing yourself to pursue different careers, if that affects you in that way as well. So just, you know, how do you kind of manage that? Harry, do you want to have a go?
Yeah. I think it's definitely a challenge, and I've definitely had days where I've, for instance, not been able to communicate with my loved ones, or I've missed an occasion. But I think somewhere it depends on the type of person you are and what your priorities are. I always found that no matter what I was doing, I always want my family to be my priority. So even if it's 5 minutes that I can spare in a day to talk to a loved one, I try to do that no matter how busy I am. And I think it's if that's a priority for you, you will find a way to integrate that. There could also be, however, a situation where despite your best intention, you are not able to give the time that you so desire. And, you know, you come at the end of the day and you realize you've not been able to do that. I think for me, it's really important that in those moments, we be kind to ourselves and remember that what we are doing is new, especially if you're managing multiple responsibilities, you're doing something that's entirely new. It's okay to be okay with not getting the balance correct. I think just a quick tip is to just schedule things in. So a really simple hack is, for instance, I always decided that no matter what I do, I will always have lunch at work. So I would just dedicate that whenever I was having lunch at work, at least 5 minutes I can give. If it's not lunch and you're actually that busy, maybe a tea break, and you can give those 5 minutes. If you can't even give those 5 minutes, just write a message. Remember that often our loved ones and friends and family are on our team. They don't want to be upset with us. They will actually let us make excuses. And that's the great thing about having loved ones. So I think acknowledging that you might not get it perfect every time, that's fine. Trying to do your best. But even if you cannot, let's say you intended to have an hour-long conversation with someone because something's happened in their life and you can't be there for them, definitely touch base, even if it's going to take a 5 to 10 second message to do that. Because yeah, that's the really important thing, letting them know you're there, even if you can't be there for them as their expectations might be of you. So yeah, that's what I think.
Right, thank you. And a kind of slightly different question for you, Angus, again from the audience. So this is just about, I'm asking you because I guess you've been through this, you know, trying to do different kind of acting jobs. And so that the question is about, you know, young adults actually feeling like their doors can be closing at some point. And what do you have to say to those people, and how can they kind of find their inner calling? And I suppose from both of you, just this kind of positivity to keep going and to keep kind of aiming towards your goals and kind of know what they are for yourselves as well.
Well, personally, I think over the last 4 months or so, my goals have totally changed. And that's the thing, it's not something that needs to be set in stone. And I'm quite bothered by the fact that in Scotland, in our schools, we're telling, you know, 15-year-olds, you need to go and plan your entire life out right now when you're 15, and you cannot waver from that. And that really gets me, because I certainly didn't do that, and I didn't want to do that. And I think people need to realize, you know, there's always time to change what you want to do. Some of the most successful people in their fields, for instance, Samuel L. Jackson only entered into acting in his 40s, and he'd had other careers before then. People are allowed to change their mind. So you don't need to be stuck on this idea that what you've set out to do when you're in your teens and your early 20s is something you have to stick to. And people aren't going to come up to you and say, oh, why didn't you go and do this after you've been doing all that kind of thing? They're bothered about their own problems and their own stuff. If you're doing what makes you happy, then that's the most important part for me, at least. That's why the 3 things I've chosen are 3 things I could happily do for the rest of my life. And I really don't mind which one takes precedent at any one time. And I don't think there's, I mean, for some careers there absolutely is, you know, maybe you'll feel like a door is closing, but I think if it's the right thing for you, it's going to happen at some point in your life. I might not start my full acting career until I'm also in my 40s, but that'll be absolutely fine if it happens then. It may never happen. I might do the other ones. I might find something else that I want to do. But it's just being fluid and allowing yourself to change what you want to do. I think it is really ingrained in us that we have to choose something and stick to that plan.
Yeah, I think that's really true. Where's words? And how about you, Pari? To answer that same question, have you ever kind of felt like that, and how have you managed to overcome it?
Yeah, I mean, I think Angus has captured it beautifully. I think the only thing I would add in terms of not so much the attitude that you should have, which I agree should be fluid, and yes, sometimes it can feel like life is closing doors, is, well, I think it's twofold. Well, one is to know that when such a thing happens and you feel like you've been pushing and pushing and pushing and there's no response and stimuli from the other side, is to perhaps consider letting go for the time being. And that's really important, letting go for the time being, because things can change. You may find yourself well changing and not desiring to go through that door a few years later. And so I think that's a really important one to know. It's the same a bit for me, because a human rights career is quite competitive and challenging. So I found that repeatedly making job applications and not being able to secure a job felt like the world, that development world probably had no space for someone like me. And I just changed my narrative that I probably don't need to be a full-time development consultant. Why can't I make a small change through participating maybe a few hours in a week in volunteer capacity and do good that way? And then through my work, I can focus on other aspects of my personality and goals which developed over time, such as wanting to become a fully qualified lawyer, being able to manage, you know, multi-jurisdictional deals and to handle a very complex case quite cleverly. And I think that's something that you should allow yourself to do. So that all is there. But one thing that really helps, in especially when it feels like life closes doors, is to remember that it is not a reflection on your efforts, and neither is it a reflection on who you are. It is just a reflection of how circumstances are unfolding in that opportunity. It's so easy to take a situation personally. And I think that's something that's really important, is to distance yourself from that situation and distance your sense of self from how that situation's unfolded as well. And what really helps me do that is always think of the kind words people who support me have told me. I hold on to them like my only treasure in life, and to remember that who you are and what your value is more than what's just happened.
Great. And just on that point about people offering words that you treasure and help you, I guess, are there kind of people that have been kind of mentors or have helped you through situations along your career?
Yeah, I mean, endlessly so. I think we definitely build ourselves on the support of others, especially in early career. There's no end to the guidance and mentorship you receive. And that's another thing that helps you have faith in the world. It's the fact that there's lots of good people who want to help you. So, you'll get somewhere. In particular, the ones that I can think of, in addition to family and friends, are actually teachers. So my mom was a teacher, and I always noticed how hard she worked behind the scenes, like hours upon hours. Our evenings and weekends were just lesson planning for her primary school students. So I always valued the amount of efforts my teachers put in our classes. So even in undergraduate law school, which I did in India, and in my master's education I received in the UK, my teachers have always been a huge source of encouragement and support, and also a sense of validation. You don't know, especially when you're in university, if what I'm saying, my thoughts, what worth they have. And it's just so reassuring to know that people look up to you. So that's definitely one. And the other is actually people I might not know, but people I look up to. So a lot of female leaders across the world, including the Prime Minister of New Zealand and their leadership style. Women I have seen, such as Michelle Obama, Toni Morrison, who's a Nobel Prize Literature winner, Maya Angelou, who's a poet, who's unfortunately not with us anymore. But just seeing these women go out there and shine has really been inspiring as well. So there's no end to the support I've received, but also the inspiration I've received in the course of a law career.
Right. Okay, and there's one question that's come through from the audience, which is quite tricky. So I'm going to ask you both it, which is just about kind of the world of work itself and about the effects of COVID and what's happened and the fact that we are all talking to each other through screens now. So what they're asking is, do you think that this is really going to change the world of work as we know it? And do you think things are going to be different now and the opportunities will be different, the challenges and so on? So do you have any thoughts about that? I can ask Angus first.
I think absolutely, yeah. Things are going to have to change on some level. They're going to have to stay for quite a while, and I don't personally see that as too much of a bad thing. Maybe it's a time to look at the current working conditions that people are in, maybe reevaluate that. I think a lot of people, a lot of companies are realizing actually our employees are doing just as much work from home. We don't need to take up all of this office space. It's bringing down their electricity bill, which is always a good thing because it means that it's helping the environment out. I think that's the biggest thing. This is a kind of precursor to the change that's going to happen if we want to solve the climate crisis. The problems facing us because the climate crisis make the coronavirus look small in comparison in terms of what could happen. So we are definitely at a tipping point where we need to reevaluate things. And I think, and I certainly hope, that a lot of people are working out what the positives that we can take from this are, and we'll try and keep that going. Because as I said, people don't need to drive 200 miles into work every day, to work 40 hours a week in an office when they could do it from home and feel a lot less tired. They'll do more work because they're feeling better about it. They could be more productive. I think there are definitely some things which I wouldn't change about what has happened. So,
yeah, I agree, definitely. I think there's a lot of pluses as well as the challenges as well, definitely. And how about you, Pari? What do you think?
Yeah, I completely agree with what he said. I can't complain about having this time at home to work from home and turning it into an urban jungle, which you can probably see from the points in my frame. I completely agree with that. The only thing is that it's working from home also has meant that there's been a lot of other responsibilities, such as childcare responsibilities, that have fallen onto the shoulders of working parents, and that's made juggling work quite difficult with childcare and parenting. So I think we'd have to find creative ways, but overall, the lockdowns allowed us to start thinking about this as an alternative. way the world should govern. And I don't think it's an undesirable world by any measure.
Thank you both. I've just got one final question for both of you. So I'll start with you, Angus, which is, if you had to go back to your kind of teenage self, right at the start of you thinking about, you know, going forwards with your career, what kind of advice would you give your younger self?
Probably to accept different opportunities when they came along in the first place. And in terms, especially music, I feel like for too long I kind of held it off as more of a hobby than a potential career, because I felt that if I were to do that, you know, in some way it would be giving up on wanting to do acting. And once again, that was just a mindset kind of thing. I've been taught that you need to stick with one thing by, you know, some things in the school system. And also I had quite a bit of a problem leaving school to go and do acting. So I really felt that as I'd had so many people telling me not to do it, to then go and do something else would be, you know, to give in. And it was making sure that I changed my own mindset on that. So that would be one thing, would be to figure that out for myself earlier, would probably mean I'd be in a better situation right now in all three of the careers that I'm doing. I would have opened myself up to more opportunities.
It's interesting. So you're kind of not limiting yourself, really, just...
Yes, yeah.
Absolutely. And believing in your own capacity.
Yeah. Okay,
and how about you, Peri? What would you say to your younger self?
Yeah, I would probably say, well, stop worrying so much. Things will work out. Embrace uncertainties and when plans go wrong, for the same reason that Angus said, but also that it means you'll go on an adventure, you'll be confused, you'll be out of your comfort zone, it will feel awful at first, and you will thank yourself for having done it later on. And finally, the other thing I would say is that believe in yourself, believe in your inner voice. If it tells you to do something, even if it's against what everybody else is saying to you, and trust in the fact that even if you make the wrong decisions and you go down the wrong path, or even if it feels wrong inside, somehow you will find your way back. I think a lot of it depends on trust, but so does the world. So yeah, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Great. Well, it's been really great talking to you both. I just wondered if you have any final reflections or any kind of learning points that you'd like the people watching to take away. Start with you, Angus.
Just, yeah, I think a really good point is just not to worry about stuff so much, and especially not what other people think of you, because as I said, they're thinking about their own stuff. So focus on yourself. That you're the only person that you're going to have to prove things to in the end. And if you want to change something about your life on a huge scale, drastically, that is allowed. There's no problem with that.
Yeah. Okay, and you, Peri?
Yeah, just go have fun, and it's okay to not for things to not be okay, and yeah, I really believe that we will find our path, and you'll find a path, but definitely don't feel that you have to do one thing. We all can multitask. We have that capacity. You can work on it. So if you're considering managing multiple careers, please, 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 please do it.
Great. Well, thank you both. I hope people have enjoyed that. I found it really interesting to talk to both of you. And I think I've learned a lot myself as well. So thank you both.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Angus.
Thanks.
Thank you guys for such a wonderful session. It's been lovely listening to you both navigate your calling and hearing about all your stories about opening yourself up to new experiences and opportunities. So now we actually have a quick video that we'll show before we go on to our next session, which is yoga with Annelies. But in the meantime, just a quick reminder for you to roll out your yoga mats and put on some comfortable clothes, and we'll be back very soon.
Youth to me is a time for strategic investment in one's heart. Why? Well, what's the point of starting to be wise, of starting to learn to have clarity of mind, of starting to discern when we are old and when we have no decisions left to be made, which can have a meaningful impact on our lives.
To me means honoring the life force, the drive and energy within. It is curiosity and passion to explore life, to learn through experience and grow. It is the spirit, the adventurer, the truth-seeking, and intuition that guide us to wisdom.
To be a youth, for me, is always to have an open heart, to learn to be with each other, and keep trying new things, but embrace and always be connected to yourself and be true to yourself.
Youth to me is a time of promise. It's a golden opportunity to reflect, to grow, to test your own belief systems. And it's definitely a time for effort. Make an effort to explore and experience life. Make wise decisions and then see where the experiences take you. And always, always go by your heart. Enjoy.
Youth to me is a time when you're open to explore and experiment, when you dare to discover who you are and what you really stand for, totally regardless of how old you are.
Youth mean to me hope. Today in 2020, to survive, humanity is condemned to wisdom. Wisdom means connecting with love and compassion to others, but also to our environment and to ourselves. So youth are our hope and our guides.
Welcome back, everyone. Our next session is with Heartfulness yoga trainer Annelies, who will be walking us through a soft and gentle routine. So be prepared to soak in the relaxation and connect with your mind, body, and soul. The floor is all yours, Annelies.
Okay, can you hear me? Can somebody confirm that, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Can you see me as well?
Yeah.
Super. Okay, great. Yeah, so we're going to have a little yoga class. Like Ben said already earlier, it's super hot. I'm in Stockholm, he's in London, and here it's just as hot as over there. So we're going to take it easy. I have to say it has been so incredibly inspiring, all the sessions so far. I'm super impressed and amazed by all the speakers, and I hope you are agreeing to that. Now it's time for a little physical break. I don't know about you guys, but I've been sitting like this behind my computer. It's maybe not the best for our back and the rest of our body either. And our minds are maybe a bit stressed, or we've been soaking up so much information. We want to take it a little bit easy now. So I invite everybody to come and sit down on your yoga mat, like I'm doing now. And you can sit in whichever way you like. You can sit on your knees or with crossed legs, doesn't matter, as long as you can sit like this comfortably. We're just going to have a very short yoga session. It's Heartfulness yoga. It's a very calm form of yoga, which very much balances our body and our minds and prepares for meditation. And I invite you to close your eyes and go feel inside and try to take these minutes that we have together, not only for relaxation, not only for calming the mind, but I really invite you to feel and to go deep into yourself and listen to the signals that are coming from your body. So you know, you will feel the effect of the process, and in this way we become very sensitive and learn to listen to our bodies better and what we really need. So we're closing our eyes. You relax the shoulders And we're going to start by simply placing one hand on our chest and one hand on our belly. And we'll just observe our breath. We don't have to change anything about it, just observe it. And maybe you can notice that you're breathing more in your chest or more in your belly. Maybe your breath is superficial or maybe it's very deep. And try to observe this. It's the first step of exploring the body. You will also notice that observing your breath is instantly drawing on the attention inside. And you can relax your hands, place them on your lap. Continue breathing normally. And we'll go to a few physical poses. I'm inviting you to come stand on your hands and knees. Try to place the hands under the shoulders. Now on an inhalation, we are going to make a hollow back and look up. And on an exhalation, we're going to make a round. And we inhale again, make a hollow back and look up. And exhale, make a round back. You can do this exercise for yourself a few times. You can try to follow your breath, and you can also try to take pauses at the end of your inhalation and exhalation. Slows down the movement. And after the next exhalation, you can return in the center and just observe for a moment. Notice if you feel a difference in your body already now. It's been a very nice stretch of the back, loosening it up. Also feel your breath flowing. All the way into your belly. And then we're going to curl our toes under. You can lift up your knee. And then we're going to push our hips towards the ceiling or towards the sky if you're maybe outside enjoying the sunshine. And try to stretch out as much as possible. And continue breathing calmly all the way into your belly. And if you feel like you're in a good mood today, you can imagine that you're inhaling lightness and joy. And when you're exhaling, you're spreading it around you. I'm saying when you're in a good mood because you don't have to force yourself. Then we're going to place our feet behind the hands. You can hang down for a moment. And then we're going to roll up the spine and come to a standing position. And you can raise up your arms and lower them in Namaskar. And we are letting our hands hang beside the body. And observe yourself here. We did only 2 asanas. And still, you can have a huge effect. So observe yourself very carefully. Feel your body, if there's any tension somewhere, if it's more feeling more relaxed, if there's more space, maybe in the heart region even. Notice how you're standing. Remember, Ben's feet session is very awesome. Remember to place your big toes. And we're gonna make a wide spread stand. Or not too wide, relatively wide. And we're gonna open up the left foot, and you can turn your right foot a little bit inwards. Then we're gonna sink through the left leg and try to bring your left knee above the left ankle. So it's in an angle of 90 degrees. We're facing our body forward, so not towards the knee, but perpendicular to it, I think is the word. And we stretch out our arms. And if you feel like it, you can close your eyes. You have your balance. Then you can feel how your body is stabilizing yourself. And just breathe gently. Feel the liveliness flowing through you. And we relax the arms, stretch out the left leg, point both toes forward. We relax the shoulders now, observe in the middle. Observe your state of mind. Feel your body. With the asymmetric poses, you can always notice the difference between left and right. If you don't feel so much, this is a really good starting point. Just feeling how your left and right differ. When we open up the right foot, turn your left foot inwards. Now we sink through the right leg. Bring your right knee above your right ankle. Face your body towards the side and stretch your arms in front of you. And you can close your eyes again if you have the balance. And you can play with the angle. If it's too strong, you can just make it softer by stretching out your leg a little. And we stretch out the right leg, point your toes forward, place your feet next to each other, relax your arms, and observe yourself. And feel how your very slow exercise is really drawing you into your body and away from our mind. And then I'm inviting you to come and sit down. And we're just gonna lie on our back. So you can roll down. And you can keep your feet close to the body. We're just doing all my favorite exercises today, obviously. And this is one of them. So the feet are very close to the body. You place your hands down, and we're simply going to push up the hips so the chest comes towards the chin. And use your legs. The back is relaxed. And feel how you can still breathe in your chest and your belly. Stay here for a little while. And then we're gonna bring the back to the floor, slowly roll it down. And you're down, keep your knees bent and just observe yourself. Feel how your chest has been given space to breathe. And then we're gonna stretch out our left leg on the floor. And you can place your right foot on top of your left knee. Now you need to pay a little attention. We're gonna bring the right knee on the floor on the left side. And the easiest way is to hop up a little bit with your hip so you can lean on your left hip. Then we bring the right knee down on the floor. You can use your left hand to push it a little down. And we open up our right arm to the side and you can look toward your right. So we're lying in a twist, which is very, very nice for the back. And we're coming up again to the center. We're gonna do the same on the other side. So you can stretch out your right leg, place your left foot on top of the right knee. You can make a little hop with your hip up with the hip. And bring the left knee down on the floor. Use your right hand to keep it down. Open up your left arm and look to the side. It feels almost like you're squeezing out the water from a piece of cloth. Instead, you're squeezing out the tension from the back. And relax. And come to the front again. Keep lying on your back. Take the time. Yes, of course. So just observe yourself lying here. We're at the end of our 15 minutes or 20 pause. Just feel yourself lying here and feel that you're being carried by the floor. Allow yourself to relax. A few more moments. And we're going to turn to the side and slowly come into a sitting position. Keep your eyes closed. Feel your breath. And notice in yourself if you can feel a difference from before and after the class. And I want to thank you guys very much for joining in this session. And I will see you again later today, in fact. And I hope you will enjoy the next one.
Thank you so much for that lovely session, Annelies. Felt so good to stretch out those limbs.
Yes.
Now, before we move on to our next speaker, here's a little sneak peek of what we have coming up soon.
Hello there.
Hello.
I'm Nima.
I'm Katrina, and we're both studying painting at the Dresden University of Fine Arts.
And we will be discussing about the connection between our artistic process and our daily life routine and how it affects our persons in general.
We'll also be talking about our working strategies and how we found them, how our work has changed over time, things like improvisation and honesty in our work, and then some suggestions for young artists who are starting out or people who are interested in drawing or painting.
My name is Ruben Müller. I'm studying fine arts as a master's student in Dresden, Germany. I want to share with you some insights and aspects of my studio routines, my ways of finding the subjects of my paintings, and some other essential facts about the life as an artist.
Hi, my name is Wiebke Herrmann, and I work as a freelance artist in Dresden in Germany. After finishing my graduation in 2018, I am now working as a painter in my own studio every day. In my Zoom session, I want to give you a small glimpse of my everyday life, my goals, my self-motivation, my self-discovery as a painter. Hope to see you.
In our next session, we will be joined by a few young artists from Germany who will be introducing us to their studio, their creative process, and their work. Ruben, Wiebke, Katrina, and Nima. Very happy to see you all today.
Hello there. I think our video is not is being stopped still. We cannot open it. The host has to. Ah, yeah, now it should.
Yeah?
Can you see us?
Yes, we can see you.
Hello there.
Very nice to see you.
To be part of this.
All over to you guys.
Well, hello everyone. Hello to the viewers out there. My name is Nima, and we are all artists who are working and studying in Dresden. And today we would like to talk about themes like self-motivation, improvisation, honesty, and art in the daily life. And yes, as for me, I'm 26 years old and I'm studying painting at the University of Fine Arts in Dresden, as like Katrina as well. And yeah, I mainly paint on canvas nowadays, and I draw a lot with pencil and paper. And yes, I'll tell you more in a bit.
I'm Katrina. I'm also at the same class as Nima at the Dresden University of Fine Arts. We started together and we're both in our 4th year at the moment. I'm also primarily doing painting and drawing. This is a work from Nima behind us, and this is a work of mine of Nima. It's an ongoing portrait of his. I'm originally from the US, but I came to Germany to study art. Yeah, I think that's all for me first.
So we can hand over to Ruben and Wiebke. Are they also part? Did you let them in?
Can you hear us? Yes.
Yes.
My name is Ruben, and I'm also studying in the same class as Nima and Katrina. Actually, we are all from this class, the same university. Yeah, I'm a masterclass student, so I'm not anymore sitting in the nice building where Nima and Katrina are, but in an even nicer place with Wiebke in our studio, which we share. Yeah.
Do you want to show the viewers around, maybe?
I can now show the viewers a little bit around. So, this is my corner. Wiebke's painting here. And back. So you have a small idea of our studio.
Yeah, welcome back. And finally, I'm Wiebke. As you have already heard, I used to study where the 3 are now still studying. I also went to the University of Fine Arts in Dresden, and I did my graduation in 2018. And well, now I'm done and I work as a freelance artist in the studio you've already seen right now. Well, and I can tell you it's a big luck for us to have the studio. Maybe you've seen it. We've got a lot of space and we've got the huge windows and everything's perfect. So I'm really lucky to be there. And we share the studio with 2 other artists. So we are 4 altogether here, which is for economic reasons, of course, because you have to pay money for your own studio because you rent it. But otherwise it's because I, for one, discovered that for me it's better to work in a group, to have a studio shared with other persons, because it creates a really nice atmosphere. It's like a really creative atmosphere if there's other painters around you or other artists maybe working with sculptures or something else. And then you can see every day there's something happening. And for me, that's really good.
So this is already a working strategy.
Yes, that is even a self-motivation strategy. Because I used to have my own studio after my graduation, but then I had kind of a cabin fever, and I discovered that it's not good for me to be on my own, working all day on my own. So I moved out back to the university, went to Ruben's studio and worked there for a while until this studio was able to have it. And then I invited Ruben after his graduation, and yeah, it became really nice to go here every day. And
so the company of other artists around you, and in your case, the other students, I mean, it was always the case for me. So the other students in the painting class, we are all from the same painting class. And for me, the other students were always a very important factor. So I also tried to be around the ones who are always there. So you get motivated yourself. And I don't know.
How is it with you? Do you work better with others around?
Yeah, I mean, something that we always talk about in our class is also how the input of other painters is really important. And so, you know, when you're working on a painting and you're so deep into it that you can't even see it anymore, it's totally helpful to take a break and have someone who's sort of watching your process from afar and knows you really well, give their perspective on it. So I think in that sense, because we're in a studio with almost only painters and everyone's sort of working with the same format and materials in some way, that's really helpful. I think it is a challenge for us sometimes just because we have so many people, and so it's not always the case that everyone wants to take a break at the same time and be focused at the same time. And so that's something I think, because we're 9 people in our studio, that we have to kind of balance a lot.
Do you use headphones sometimes?
I don't.
Most of the time we actually listen to the same music and like are in some kind of similar flow. I mean, there are these times where someone is taking a break and other one is trying to work, and we get in each other's way, but at the same time sometimes we're like not feeling it, or like starting to let loose a bit and like, I think I'm getting tired. But then you see one of the other studio members who's like really at it and going like working really hard, and then you get all fired up, and then you thought you were going to go home, and all of a sudden you work 1 or 2 more hours than you thought you would.
Yeah,
so
that's really motivating, right? For me too. That's my thing. I discovered it for me.
And I would say this motivation through the others goes even beyond the working process. I mean, the working process in the studio is the one thing. You have to paint, you have to evolve your work and simply do something. But then that's not the only thing an artist has to do. I mean, we have to build up exhibitions and everything which comes with that, and it's always better to work as a team.
Yeah, it's always good to have.
It's not always better, but you have to work as a team then now and then. And so it's better if you're used to it and if you're able to, to do it.
I also discovered that I'm not the early bird in the studio. One of our colleagues is, and I'm like arriving at 11 a.m. and then work until 7 or 8 p.m., which is good for me. Ruben, you're a bit...
I arrive at 12 and then I sit on the couch for like 1 hour or 1.5 and I look at my paintings, and then sometimes I drink a coffee and then I read a little bit.
And then he turns on really fresh music, which is kind of motivating for me too, to work further. Yeah. How are you? When is your perfect concentrating time?
It's different. I mean, sometimes I like the evenings a lot. Like sometimes I come to the studio at 4 and I just stay until to the time where the school closes, to 11:30. But in the end, I also work when I'm on the road, like in the train on my way to the school. I draw. Sometimes I draw on, like I just go into some park and draw. So actually the working time kind of never stops. It's just every
So you could say that your life and your work is intertwined, your art.
Yes, and I can tell you more about that later.
Yeah, for me, because of my work schedule, I have sort of more defined hours that I have to really be productive. But I think that in terms of the university sort of rhythm, starting in the late afternoon, everything sort of quiets down and gets a little bit more focused. And I think that's the best time to really get something done before, it's time to go home and have evening plans or something. But for me, it's like late afternoon when everything sort of, okay, everyone has taken their break and it sort of goes into a work momentum in the studio.
Yep, I think altogether one could say that there are like very different ways of working and working like strategies, or when is my best time or stuff like that. And this is one of the things you really have to discover for yourself during the studies.
Yeah.
What is my best way of getting the stuff done?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's like being an artist means you have to really discover yourself. You have to discover your work strategies, so you can produce the best in the best way. Yeah.
And also, I think this is really interesting because this is kind of the structure around making art. But one of the other things that we wanted to talk about is sort of the way that each person approaches a painting and how you deal with, the one piece that you're working on. And I've been thinking a lot recently about improvisation and how big of a role that plays in my work, or how big of a role I would like it to play in my work, just because I think it's really easy, especially with paintings, to sort of get, at the beginning, everything is very open and undefined, and then there's a point where it starts to feel in my work sometimes like I'm just working toward the end. And so lately I've been trying to sort of stay open and stay in the moment and react to the painting in a way that's not just in a tunnel, sort of. And it's a real challenge, I think, because this sort of constantly reacting is really difficult. And it's sort of like I think the beginning is in some ways really exciting, but it's sort of to keep the spirit of the beginning the whole time. I'm interested in what you guys think about this sort of being present and reacting to the painting as it evolves.
Well, I'm completely different to you. When I start to paint, like putting the brush in my hand, it's almost done, I'm planning so much before I start to paint. I build the canvas, I draw it, everything is structured, and I just have to just paint it down. And sometimes there's reaction, but there's not much. I'm pretty focused on my plans and my ideas, on which I work in front of or before I start to paint, and then it's really close to what I thought in the beginning. And the beginning for me, it's the most exciting thing of painting, because there I'm free to discover how it's going to be structured, how the composition is, or how I wanted the colors to be. And then it's like just doing, the idea is first, and then it's just doing. So I need to motivate myself and the finishing is also exciting, because then you see in the end if it's really your idea, what's done, or if it's close to your idea. Yeah.
No, it's actually pretty much the same with me. I'm doing lots of drawings at first, and then it's just like you. I built the canvas exactly in the right proportions as I made my drawings, and then I start painting, and then there's always a little bit of a dry period where the painting sometimes looks really shitty, in my opinion. but then if you get it across this mountain, then that's the last stuff you're doing on it, then it gets good.
Do you keep the best things for the end?
No? I cannot say that, no.
I sometimes do, but I also start with things I'm good at, I'm good at painting textiles, for example, and then I'm always starting with the thing that's the easiest for me. Nima, how do you do?
For me, actually, I feel like when I'm painting a portrait, which is at the moment, I think the thing I do most, actually every time I feel like I'm doing it for the first time and I don't have any plan at all, I'm like, okay, I'm going to draw this face, I'm going to paint this face, but I just start and I have no idea how it's going to turn out, and I'm like, I'm 100% sure it's going to be shit. At some
and
point.
One in the background, because this is a pretty old one. You were painting on it for like few months.
Yeah, actually in July, and it was super rough at the beginning, and I thought, I was like not sure, like, okay, July last year. I mean, it's not July. Wow. Yeah, I thought I was not sure what I want exactly. I was like, is this finished already? Like after one session, and then I was discussing with everyone about it, and then at some point I noticed what I really want, and I had no idea, not even close, like to what it's going to be, and that this is
but the basic structure stayed the same. I mean, it's a double portrait of your father and your brother, and
yes, exactly. But I didn't know that there's gonna be like this super plasticity, like in the it's gonna be so like kind of three-dimensional, like, and that there's gonna be this deepness in the landscape, and I didn't know
in landscape at all.
But in the end, you stay true to the initial idea.
Yeah, but I have other paintings where I started, for example, painting a man who was running away from a dinosaur in a jungle with monkeys climbing up the trees, and then at some point the face changed, and then it became then they were in the desert all of a sudden. Then all the figures changed. It was just two trees in the desert. Then I changed the color of the desert, and now it's just a dog on a lawn, like a white dog, and it has nothing to do, not even close to do with what it started out to be. Like it's just, and I like to compare it, just to sum it up, with hitchhiking. Sometimes I like to choose like the path, like I want to go to Amsterdam, but in the end, like I like to choose the way, but in the end, where I come out, I'm open for anything. Like if I end up in Barcelona, I also had a good time. I just do it, and it happened like this already in my life, and I still had the time of my life. And I like to choose the direction, but then what comes. Like I don't want to.
The direction would be your general subjects, which now are humans. You are doing lots of portraits, you said, and then you stay true to your subjects.
Exactly, and sometimes out of a normal portrait, something like this happens. I don't know.
Wonderful. Because I was thinking about this subject thing and what my subject is, and over the years, I would say I kind of found it. And
what is your subject, Ruben?
My subject is, I paint a lot of animals, and if I really would break it down in a short way, I try to paint profane, do you say profane? Stuff from my everyday experiences, and I try to use like the iconography of religious paintings, most of the time religious paintings, or at least old paintings, the old masters, and then I use this structure as a frame for my ideas. So this would be my long-term subject maybe. And and then I was thinking about, do I really stick to that? And then I discovered, yes, I stick to it, and I'm changing really, really slowly. So in my work, there was never that point where I made a huge jump. Have you ever had such a jump or something like that?
Wait. I read that there's some questions.
Yeah.
Do you read it as well? We've been asked for an interruption while you're talking. I don't know. Maybe it's still.
Yes, we do have some questions from the audience, guys. So people want to know, what do you have to say to the artists that may be hidden within us? In your field, do you come across anyone taking art classes later in their careers?
May I say something to this? Sure. Well, I think the thing is, what I discovered when I started studying art here, that if you feel that you want to do art, then you should at least start trying to express yourself and be very honest to yourself and see what you want to do, and just start, like pick the first, like do the first steps.
And at some point you will like start developing and understanding what you're interested in. And I mean, so many people came here who were painting at the beginning, and they do completely different stuff afterwards. Like they do installations and performances and sculpturing and everything except painting. But you could have asked them like 3 years ago, and they were sure they're going to be painters or yeah, like classic artists, how many people imagine it. So I think one important thing is also just to start and not think about too much in which direction you want to go, and like to think of all the possibilities, but trust the feeling of what you want to do right now, and just do that right now, and then see what comes after it at some point. Because as Ruben said, it slowly develops. You cannot, I don't know, it's a...
You can't be the first class painter at once. You have to start. And maybe the topics, you don't have to start with the most crazy painting topics. Maybe it's just good to train yourself in looking at things. That's what we did when we started our studies. Maybe find an object or a plant or something that you think it's visually interesting, and then start looking at it and start to draw it, and do this every day. And then everything you will see, everything develops. It comes. It's gonna developing. You just have to take yourself the time and give yourself some space, like a good working space to do this. And this can also be just a good table. It doesn't have to be your own studio. It starts slow.
I also think it's really important, and I think that people can do this anywhere, to find a community of people who are interested in doing this also, whether it's like, you know, here in Dresden, there are figure drawing classes that anyone can go to, regardless of whether you have studied art or are just an amateur. And I think that that's really important, to sort of like find this group. This is, you know, what we have at the university, and what is we were talking about is so productive.
Yeah.
People that you exchange with, and that are looking at your things and telling you of the things that you're doing at the very beginning, what is really good, what is strong. I think that's really...
And you don't have to be, you don't be scared of other artists. They all started really, really small. And for example, I am not a good drawer. Probably students that are starting or who want to start studying art are better drawer than me. So don't be scared. That's completely okay. Just do your thing. And ask for help, and ask for critics. Critics are always good, I think. And don't ask your parents or really close friends. Maybe ask strangers, so you get really honest opinions.
Yeah, but in the end, I think it's like a little bit like a circle. The community is the important thing, and this is what, in the end, art studies is about the community, the other students. I mean, the professors and all the other like teachers too. But actually, you don't have so much time with them. You have lots and lots of time with your fellow students, and so it's the community and just the place and the time.
Yeah.
And then this is given to you, and then
you've got even more time with yourself. So discover what yourself want to do, and what makes you a good artist, and what do you think are good paintings for yourself.
I really love that. Really, really love that. So another question that we have, someone asked, how do you deal with a creative block? You know, periods of times where you can't produce anything because nothing is coming to you.
I stopped doing stuff.
Yeah.
And then I read more, I read books, and I don't know, when I have the feeling that I cannot, I mean, in my case, it's painting. When I have the feeling that I can't paint, then I don't paint.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a really good point. It's a really important point, because everyone has that blocks. Every artist has them, and it's not a bad thing. You don't have to take them bad. You have to take them serious, and maybe then it's time for some other things. Get yourself some other input. Maybe try to do sports or something, and then it's gonna come back. it's just usual. And if you work as an artist for longer times, then you will see that there's periods in your work years where it's always usual to have like a sort of block, and it's okay. You have to learn to deal with it. You have to, don't fear them. Oh, Nima, Katrina, what do you think about that?
I think you have to be patient with yourself and not, most of the time when I have the feeling of I'm not getting farther with what I'm trying, it's because I've sort of lost the joy of the process and I'm stuck in sort of the results. And so for me, it helps to sort of change tracks and either take a break or come back to the really simple things like drawing or painting things that I don't have a lot of expectations about. And I'm just kind of like reconnecting with the fun of painting and drawing, which is the reason that I started studying art in the first place. And that sort of gets me back into the bigger things that I want to actually finish.
Yeah, and I also think that it's very important, like as you all say, like to just also trust in this blockade that you cannot work, and yeah, trust your body. Don't be too hard to yourself, and be sure that it will come again when the time is right. And I've experienced when I, for example, have some projects abroad, or if I go for holidays, or if I have to more outside to earn some money or something, and then I get kind of disconnected, I think, in first place, like with the studio and my paintings.
Which is necessary sometimes.
Yeah.
What did you say?
It's necessary sometimes.
Then I come back to the studio and I see it's not like I didn't develop. Like I come back, and sometimes I feel like I made actually a huge progress. Like I know all of a sudden exactly what I want to do, and before I was just like losing myself in some detail, and then I get like the bigger picture. Somehow all the ideas get sorted again in the brain, and it sometimes helps actually. It gives you a lot of clarity.
Yeah, it's funny, but what do artists do on holiday? Nothing that's got to do with art. We're used to.
I mean, I like to visit museums.
Well, but
and drink coffee.
Yeah. Do you remember the time when we went to Italy with 3 other art students? Yeah. And we did not, we've been there for 10 days, and we've been to Siena and to Florence. And what did we do? Shopping, drinking coffee, and sightseeing. There was not only one museum we visited, but it might have been good. Like you said, we needed that disconnection.
But at the same time, sometimes you can, if you're like in a creative block, you can maybe also work on administrative parts of your artist life. I mean, you can work on your website. You can think about how you want to, like you can, like Ruben said, you can read about artists, or you can like get your inspiration from somewhere. You can start museums. You can do all kinds of things. You don't always have to have output. Like everything is.
No, I think this is a huge cliche, this creativity thing, and artists are creative all the time. And I don't know, I think you just get used to, produce, to do, to let your stuff out. And this is a kind of thing an artist does. So there is not this creative time, and there's not this creative time.
Well, the ideas are coming when they're coming. Maybe when you drive in your car, that's my creativity mode, or maybe when I'm working in my job at the cinema, cleaning the rooms, then there's the best ideas are flowing, and it's, well, just let it flow.
That sounds lovely, guys. Our audience are saying thank you to you for answering those, and I'll leave it up
with us
to you guys to finish off with anything that you want to say.
I would like to maybe to this topic as well. I think it adds up very well. That how the art process never really stops, and it also like appears in my daily life. And that, for example, if I understand something in painting, like in composing the painting and in clarity and in a clear composition, then I tell Ruben always, and he says like, yeah, you told me this story already 2 or 3 times. Like, for example, when I clean my room, it also has to do with my painting. Like if I find a new order where I like how everything makes more sense and is more efficient and looks more clear and beautiful and harmonic somehow in my room, then I worked on that for like 3 days, and I put super much energy because I started growing in my studio and started understanding something in a different way about harmony.
About order.
About what? Order.
Yeah. Order in your life.
Yeah. Sometimes the outside order helps for the inside order.
Exactly. And it's really not, and that's what I think, like if people have already, everyone has this kind of system in them, like how they approach things, how they think of something as clean or tidy or like beautiful or efficient. And that's why what's interesting about art is that it's just the expression of this in a clear artwork, for example, in a painting or sculpture, and we learn how to express it more clearly in a way what we find most beautiful maybe, or what we want to maybe share. But in a way, I see that lots of people come from all kinds of fields, like someone studied biochemistry and has his system, someone is a carpenter and starts studying, someone was a studied math. Katrina, for example, studied international relations, and everyone comes from somewhere else, but it doesn't like everyone has their system and they can express it. And actually I think everyone in that sense is also an artist, but some people, like the artists, which we call artists, they are the ones who show it like somehow, like they miss it, but everyone actually has this system and they could create something beautiful. And yeah.
I think that's the best conclusion. Yes. Good words for the end. Well, then we just have to say goodbye. It was a pleasure.
Yes.
Nice for having you.
Yeah, thank you.
And here's our
Are we already out?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yep, thank you.
You did a good job, Ruben.
Bye-bye.
You are not
out. Okay, let's talk about some other things.
Questions, maybe?
I think Nima said enough.
Well, I think on the screen you can see our names and our websites. So it's time for making some
advertisements.
Advertisements. Yeah, please visit our websites.
So I'm thanking you all. It was really nice to listen to you and to listen to your personal experience about art and your personal life. It's really nice. Thank you very much. Now we will see a sneak peek of our next speaker, which is actually the last one for the day.
Ich traue dem nicht, ob wir wirklich nicht mehr zu sehen sind.
Ich glaube, wir werden zu sehen, wenn wir zu sehen werden. Ich glaube, wenn wir uns nicht mehr sehen können, sind wir auch raus.
Ich fand's nett.
Ja, es hat unglaublich gut funktioniert. Also ich hätte es total interessant gefunden.
Super geschickt habe ich die Topics eingeflogen.
Mega gut.
Okay, so welcome all. We are at the last session of the day. We will show you a sneak peek of our last speaker, Mr. J. Lakhani.
The youth of today are very keen to discover, to explore spirituality in the realm of arts, music, dance, drama, poetry, literature, love, compassion, etc. It's perfectly fine. Yet they don't know the grand prize that awaits them in this decade is to discover spirituality through the integrity of science itself. At the heart of scientific discoveries, we discover spirituality in no uncertain terms. And that is the thing that drives me to kind of link up the ideas of science with spirituality.
So welcome, Mr. J. Lakhani, and welcome, Annelies. They are with us today for this last session of the day. Mr. J. Lakhani is qualified as theoretical physicist specializing in quantum physics, but devoted last 30 years linking ideas at cutting edge of science with deeper vision of Hinduism. And Annelies is a PhD student in cognitive neurosciences in Stockholm. She specializes in magnetic resonance imaging research in patients with cortisol-related diseases. She has been meditating for a few years now in Heartfulness and is very keen on gaining a deeper understanding of our brains and the universe. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. J. Lakhani and Annelies.
Thank you.
Yes, can you see me the right way around? Because I see you sideways.
No.
I'm wrong way. Am I the right way? Okay, I'm fine. Sorry,
I think you need. No, you need to flip your phone around, I think.
Okay, hang on. Is that better?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, I always get it wrong way around. Okay. The sound is a little bit tricky because it's like electronic, tingling sound, but we'll do our best.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Benedetta, for introducing us. And thank you, Mr. Lakhani, for being here. I'm going to guide this interview or question and answer session. And I would like to just say I'm so honored to do this. I find this the most interesting topic in the world. So I'm very happy that I can have this conversation with you. And I would like to start with just giving a very small background about myself and my perspective on science and spirituality so that we can make a bridge into the questions for you. So I feel that like ever since I was a kid, and I think very many people have experienced this moment when you're like 10 years old and suddenly you look up at the sky, at the stars, and you realize how amazing it is that there is something instead of nothing. And that darkness that is there, is that also something, or is it maybe nothing? And I just remember being 10 years old and thinking that this was so fascinating, and I wanted to discover more about who we are, where do we come from, what's the universe about, what does it mean? This exploring all these questions. But then I went on to study cognitive neuroscience, and it's like all this wonder about the universe, it gets shrunken and molded and squeezed into the box of the scientific paradigm, which is only focusing on that which we can measure, and only that. And that which we can measure about ourselves is like our brain activity, maybe our genes. I mean, it's all incredibly amazing and interesting how it works, but it made me feel like, oh, is this all that we are? Like just the brain cells and maybe our awareness and consciousness, it just comes from, the communication between the brains, and like, poof, then we are there. Okay, it's a little bit underwhelming. But then I started to meditate, and this worldview
started to reverse again, like literally the energy flow started to reverse again. And I realized there is so much, that maybe there is actually more than I had first thought. But it was very hard to open up my mind to this different worldview, that maybe there is something outside of the matter, maybe there is something more to it. But when you've been so much trained to think only in measurements, it was very difficult to let go of this view. And this is why I find it so amazing that you are aiming to make this bridge, not opposing our mind, but using our mind, and not, instead of fighting with ourselves, using ourselves and integrating these views. So this is a little bit my story, my evolution so far. Obviously, I'm a bit a beginner in everything. So my first question to you would be, actually, because we have named this session Spiritual Humanism. Can you maybe explain to us what you mean by spiritual humanism, and why it matters to us to have a spiritual view of humanity?
First of all, Annelies, it's a real pleasure to get in touch with you again. It's a real pleasure, because when I meet youngsters like you who are actually clear thinkers, in fact, what gave you away straight away in the first sentence you said is, when you looked up, you said, why something rather than nothing? Now, you see, it may sound like a very casual comment, but it's not casual at all. The whole idea of spirituality is to be establishing something. We exist, existence, we exist. And that is the most important aspect to a spiritual experience. So at a very young age of 10, you already seem to be hitting jackpots. So be it. The thing is, this is a very interesting exploration. And let me tell you my journey. You see, I come from a Hindu background, a very traditional Hindu background. And I was studying physics at Imperial College, and I specialized in quantum physics under Sir Roger Penrose, who is perhaps the #1 physicist in quantum physics in the world today. And I was absolutely thrilled by what I discovered. So let me tell you my journey. You see, the world has been doing extremely well on the paradigm of materialism. Everything for the last 2,000 years, the most durable science we have is materialism, trying to explain the whole of this creation as matter and its properties, its epiphenomena. So the world has been working extremely well for 2,000 years, thinking in terms of matter and its attributes, like electron, proton, whatever. So it has worked extremely well. It has given us long life. It has allowed us to send a man to the moon and bring him back. So it really allows us to harness nature in no uncertain terms. Because it has been such a durable exercise, such a very rewarding exercise, that we are now fixated on it. We can't get out of the materialistic box. This is what's happening now. Now, what is happening is this. Through the integrity of science itself, look, I'm not floating away, hippie or something. I'm saying through the integrity of very central science, we are now discovering, without any hesitation, a deeper dimension to reality. If I can use simple language, deeper dimension to reality. So even though matter seems to be very exciting and very wonderful ploy we have used to make so much progress, through the integrity of science, we are now finding a deeper dimension. So what deeper dimension, Mr. Lakhani? Is it the fifth dimension? No. The deeper dimension is non-material. Now, this is fascinating because, as you said, we have been weaned on materialism. We can only think in terms of matter. And suddenly, in the 1920s, we discovered this phenomena called quantum. We said, oh dear, the fathers of quantum physics said, even though we are fixated on matter, what we are finding very exciting and a bit worrying is the underpinning to reality is not matter. You say, if it's not matter, we are standing on matter, we are made of matter. What do you mean when it's something different? You see, everything is matter, so yeah, what are you on about? And yet, the fathers of quantum physics, Erwin Schrödinger and Niels Bohr and Werner Heisenberg were very clear about it. They said, it's a very interesting situation. They said matter is if you like, a paradox. Underpinning is clean and perfection itself, correct to the 10th decimal point. But the world we encounter, the material world, is a paradox. In the words of Erwin Schrödinger, it is an appearance. You say appearance, we are living on an appearance. We are made of appearance and everything is appearance. They say yes. But it's called empirical science. They throw it in my face. Empirical, we love empirical science, Mr. Lakhani. So I am very good at replying. I say, no, hang on. Here is one pebble. empirical. Yes, I touch it, I hold it. Yes, and there's another pebble, and I click them together. Click, 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 and I hear a sound. Oh, this empirical sense evidence, sense data. But then the physics is saying this pebble and this pebble are both appearances validating each other. They are both appearances just validating each other. That's what we call empirical world. Suddenly we discover a different dimension to reality, which cannot be avoided. So the scientists are very keen to avoid this kind of non-material approach to physics, because physics means physical, and we are saying non-physical. So they are struggling big time, and they are really thrown in the towel. This is the real situation. And there was a big tussle between, look, some of the most kind of mature scientists, forget the three fathers of quantum physics, like Einstein had great difficulty in stepping out of the material box. He fought the idea of quantum until he passed away. He was fighting it throughout. And the Solvay conference, every time he threw in a challenge to Niels Bohr came back with a sharp response, which won the day. So this idea that the world is made of matter is now under severe threat. Now, why am I so keen to impress this idea? Materialism has done its job, done very well. But now through the integrity of materialism, through material science, we're discovering, we are looking at the abyss, a deep dimension to reality, which is non-material. But you say, what are we on about, Mr. Lakhani? What is this? You see, when we actually look at physical sciences, when you look at the very smaller than the smallest at the quantum level, when you look at the larger than the largest at the cosmic level, when we look at the very complex like neuroscience, or when we look at subjective, at all these four places, physical sciences immediately show their limitation. They show their frayed edges. They're not clear cut. So this is why when you look at this kind of relative world, things seem to be okay. But when you look at the deeper dimension, the smaller than the smallest, the bigger than the biggest, the most complex, or the subjective, at all these four areas, physical sciences crack up, dramatically crack up. And this is what we are discovering through the findings of quantum. Why am I so keen? Look, majority of youngsters today are moving away from monotheism in a dramatic manner. When I go to many schools, I say, you pick your name as a Hindu or a Christian, but do you actually believe this enterprise? There's a supreme personality called monotheist God. Hello, I'm here, and I created you, and I look after you. Do you believe in that? They say, no. I say, why not? They say, just look around. The suffering you see in the living kingdom, not the human kingdom, the living kingdom, animals, insects, whatever, the suffering you see where trillions of living things are killing each other, biting each other while they're alive, eating each other while they're alive. And if you tell me this is a gracious God who created the world, you must fight this guy. He's not right. He's a really horrible man. See, this honesty of clear thinking youngster of today. So they're running away from monotheism. So where do they end up? They end up with humanism. There seems to be the nice place to kind of hide. Say, oh, no religion now, no more religion. Be like, be the humanist. It's a very interesting, kind of evolution. Because look, if I ask a youngster today, do you believe in God? 90% from my experience will say, no. I say, in that case, do you believe in yourself? And do you know what they'll say? 90%. Yes, of course. What do you think? I believe in myself. I see the transition has taken place. Not searching for a resolution of human condition in the heaven with monotheist God, but seeking a resolution of your human condition within yourself. This is the transition that's taking place very naturally. And this is what spiritual humanism is all about. So this idea of focusing on humanity is perhaps more important. The only problem with humanism is this. They are still stuck in this highly materialistic box. They can't get out of it, including my own professor, Roger Penrose. He only thinks in material terms. So he can't step out of the material box. And most of the major scientists are struggling to get out of the material box. Some are very brave and say, we'll sit on the fence. We think there's something more to us. But majority is still stuck in a materialistic box. The paradigm is worked so well, it is difficult to, in a way, jump out of it. Whenever a paradigm works so well, you're going to get fixated on it. Like all of us get fixated. It's all these gizmos work on these kind of physical sciences. So we are fixated on it. And yet the physics of today is saying, no, deeper dimension. And this is where we sit at the moment. So I am pushing the humanist log. I say, we are in the right direction. Humanism is very focused on. But if you think humanism is just, if you like, an output of matter, just some lumps of carbon that got wound up through accidental evolution, as Richard Dawkins is suggesting, then you lost the plot. We agree we are coming out of the animal kingdom. We are extension of the animal kingdom. But if Richard Dawkins says we are extension of the material kingdom that he insists on, I say, no way. There's something much more than matter that is manifesting through this material frame. It requires a material frame, it requires a brain, and yet something popping out here is non-material, manifesting itself through this human frame. And this is called spiritual humanism. Please ask me some question, Annelies.
Yes,
Sorry,
yes, yes.
I get carried away.
I find it all very, very fascinating. There are so many questions that needs to be answered, really. So this the idea of a spiritual human experience, I find it very, very beautiful and very relevant, but it seems to also be dependent on the assumption of consciousness. And there we have another huge question. The consciousness, what is it really? Because I sometimes confuse consciousness with awareness. I think many people see it as the awareness, the experience, the movie in the head. But I feel that if there is that consciousness in your view might mean something different.
And Annelies, you are the PhD student in neuroscience, so you should not put me on the spot like this, but I don't mind. I'll carry you.
Sorry.
Okay. Look, this is, as I said, the real problems in sciences are when you look at the very big, the very large, the very small, and the subjective. Who is making sense of the world? This is where the word consciousness appears. Now, in the basic living things, there is not consciousness, but you can say there is cognition. They are aware of their environment. They kind of move to the heat or the light. It's visible in all the living kingdom. So at the very rudimentary level, you see awareness, or if you like, this idea of being cognition. They're able to recognize their environment. That's the starting point. But as living things become more and more complex, this awareness becomes much more heightened, and we call it consciousness. We give it a heightened state, consciousness. We are conscious. Now, I heard this kind of dialogue with many scientists, neuroscientists as well. And I once asked Susan Greenfield, Dame Susan Greenfield, I said, what is consciousness? Which slice of the brain produces it? You are the best neuroscientist in Cambridge. Come on, give me an answer. She said, we have no clue, Mr. Lakhani. Where it comes from, there is no slice of the brain that produces it. Where it comes from, we have no clue. What it's all about, we have no idea how to define it, describe it. We seem to have it and it seems to work. Simple as that. It gives us access to reality. So you can see there's a big black hole in neuroscience regarding what is the nature of consciousness. Now, the two ways scientists try to avoid this answer, and you would have discovered this by now, is either they'll say, we'll sort it out later on, just calm down. Don't be so worked up. Calm down, we'll give you an answer in days to come. We'll give answered so many questions, this will be sorted out in days to come. This is not good enough for me. It's a cop-out. The second way, again, to get away is like Daniel Dennett. He'll say, he'll produce huge jungle of jargon, computer lingo, linguistic employees, and say, it's a mismatch between the hardware and the software of the brain that creates the illusion of consciousness. There's no reality to it, just illusion. And my challenge would be very simple. If it's an illusion, if consciousness is an illusion, everything we are conscious about must be super illusion. Why should we bother with anything then? So this is not right. So they have not really answered the question. They're trying to kind of push it aside and kind of put it under the carpet. But it is not going away. Just as in the physics, quantum cannot go away. In neuroscience, consciousness cannot go away. In a way, this is how spiritual humanism makes itself visible. Because it says, really speaking, underpinning to us is something that is dramatic. Is essentially, we can use a loose word, spiritual, seriously misused by everybody. Our underpinning is spiritual. But Mr. Lakhani, what is the spiritual? It reveals itself through this human frame as consciousness. See, through the process of consciousness. So it's already in a kind of percolating through our human frame, which is material, yet it percolates as consciousness. That's why you can't pinpoint it to any slice of the brain. So our spiritual dimension becoming revealed through the concept of consciousness, which is in a way a puzzle for modern neuroscience, because it has to be a puzzle. Because if you can make it turn it into a material phenomena, it is no longer spiritual, it is material. We go back to the material box, and you can't catch it like that. So this is where we stay. But let me tell you why it's such a powerful idea. And even though we're kind of discussing this in a very minor platform, I'm telling you very truthfully, even though we seem like minor kind of players in the field, in days to come, in this decade, this idea that I'm suggesting and that we're exploring together, this idea of what is underpinning to reality, which is non-material, what is underpinning to living things, this consciousness, these ideas will become mainstream in days to come, within a decade. You can't stop it. The floodgates of kind of breaking free out of this materialistic box is there. They're pushing it around. Whenever a paradigm is challenged, the first thing is to ignore it. That's the situation at the moment. When I talk like this to a scientist, they say, Mr. Lakhani, go away. The only spirit we believe in comes in bottles at Christmas time. Go away. I say, I'm not going to go away because the spirit I'm talking about gives you a bigger kick. Watch it.
Yes.
So the spirit that is, this is unstoppable. So this now, in a way, they're still trying to hold the floodgates and not allow materialism to kind of collapse. And there's a huge lobby to make sure. In fact, I continue to challenge the chief philosopher of British Humanist Association. I said, you must move from this highly materialistic humanism to spiritual humanism, then you'll get the youth to join up with you. Otherwise, they think you are a stodgy, you are lifeless. They say, no, we are not lifeless. I say, you are lifeless. You are saying you're a lump of carbon, that's lifeless. So this is an ongoing story, and it will continue. But the thing is, the floodgates have opened up. The only way modern neuroscience can progress on the issue of consciousness, on the issue of quantum in physics, is by embracing a deeper dimension to reality, which is essentially non-material. Nothing to be fearful about. It's this fright is a very exciting situation. And take some more questions, Annelies.
It is very exciting, but I'm a little bit like, I'm struggling to see like how the bridge will actually be made, because you can always come up with other explanations. Like my yoga teacher once said, like, yeah, you can explain away everything. So even if our current observations don't match with the mathematical models or of physics, then how would you can have a spiritual explanation of the observations, but is it ever going to be proven? Like, how would that work if you cannot make the measurements of something because it's nothing?
Annelies, if it was possible to measure what we call spiritual, that is no longer spiritual. So people say, Mr. Lakhani, I want empirical evidence about spirituality. I say that's the big problem, because if it becomes possible to give empirical evidence to spirituality, it is no longer spiritual. It becomes material. You turn into empirical world, fine. But there is no way. In fact, every time we try and define spirituality, you will fail. I notice this. For example, you see, you'll meet a lot of youngsters who are very keen on, art and music and whatever, love and all that. And if you ask them, please articulate, tell us what is this love, they'll struggle. It's not simple thing to kind of articulate, because it is showing the underpinning as a spirit, difficult to articulate, difficult to capture through linguistic ploys. And the same is true with quantum, and the same is true with consciousness. So in a way, in almost everything that we find endearing in human beings, whether it's in the field of science, which I love to talk about, or in the field of arts and music and dance and poetry, everything is endearing about us doesn't come out of matter. So I tell materialist humanists, look, it's nice to be, focused on humanity, but the reason why humanity is important is because these wonderful endearing features we possess reflect a deeper dimension which doesn't come out of matter, doesn't come out of electrons. And it's necessary for you to embrace the deeper vision. It cannot be articulated, it cannot be turned into material phenomena, it cannot be measured. This is not its weakness, this is strength. Suppose you can measure it. So that spirituality is 6 inches long. You killed it. It has to be, completely unclassified. And that is how it is. Sorry, go on.
So I feel that because of this issue of not being measurable, I feel that we actually need to have our own experience of it in order to be able to open up our minds and incorporate it in a different worldview. What do you think about this? Because I feel with the experience there is also like this problem of trusting our own perception. Because if you're still stuck in the material view and you have a deep experience of the spirit, it could still be fitting as a hallucination produced by the brain. So I don't know. What do you think that it will be the bridge between the two, the personal experience? Or?
Yes. In fact, look, one of the beautiful aspects of physics is this. It says you start with a hypothesis. A belief system. It's a belief system, including quantum, whatever. It's a belief system. You start with atoms, whatever. Then it says, see if it is well joined up system of thought. First of all, make sure it's not kind of weird with things hanging out. So first, take on a hypothesis which is self kind of contained. Then the final step in physics is to experiment. They say, don't believe just because it's a good articulation, a good theory doesn't mean it's true. See if it works out in reality. The same is true in the spiritual journey. You start with the belief system. Mr. Lakhani saying, spirit, what spirit? It seems sensible, perhaps sounds sensible, not good enough. You are quite right. Never sit on that, otherwise you don't make any progress. Our traditions insist that you must take it to its conclusion. First, an encounter. You know, you heard the film Encounters of the Third Kind. This is called Encounters of the First Kind. You come face to face with your true self, your true nature. So the only way this can be validated is not by your prophet. In the ancient days, oh, prophet experience, good for him, no good for me. It was written in the textbooks, the revelation, and that's not good enough for me. The only way you can validate this idea about spirituality that we all belong to, or we all kind of embrace, is only through first an encounter. So Annelies, when you encounter it, please let us know. We'll come and sit at your feet.
I will. Yes. Okay, very amazing. Yeah.
And can I let me kind of develop this further? At the
Yeah,
moment,
sure.
when we see the universe, how do we see it? It is subject-object divide. There is the objective world, there's a subject, I'm trying to make sense of it, my awareness, my consciousness, in this intermediate, all the five senses are telling me what this world is all about. This is how we encounter the universe that we are so sure about, empirical world. The spiritual realm is spiritual experience is dramatically different. Do you know why it's so dramatically different and so kind of thrilling? Here, for the first time, the subject-object divide disappears. There's no divide anymore. That's why the intensity with which you experience the spirit is millionfold higher than the experience that I see you here in this kind of very fuzzy way. So it is very dramatic. It's very dramatic because it's so intense. That's why all the prophets go, ee! They can't help themselves. In the subject-object has disappeared. So they see reality without any intermediary, without any five senses, no empirical requirement. And that is why it's the most thrilling experience. Only those individuals who experience the spirit can talk like this. The subject-object divide disappears. That's why that's what people say, but how can you be sure? Maybe it's a fuzzy thing, maybe you're daydreaming. How do you know? It's not a kind of psychedelic experience. The intensity with which you have spiritual experience is, I would say, millionfold higher than the experience I have by looking at you. It is that dramatic. So it doesn't require validation. It doesn't say, oh, Mr. Lakhani, have I been spiritually awakened? You know it. You will jump. Yo, I know. Go away.
Yeah, and I feel also maybe when, I mean, getting at that stage of spiritual development maybe requires a little practice, but I feel that once you have this experience, maybe we can actually use it to adjust our hypothesis about the materials as well when we make this, when we make the bridge. Yeah.
Annelies, look, when you told me right at the first sentence you said is, I looked up and said, why something? Don't think it's a minor issue. This shows that you already made tremendous spiritual. I'm not trying to just patronize you. You already made spiritual progress. Oh, because you are smiling. Oh, why not? But I think you already hit the jackpot because it is the fact that you recognize existence itself is dramatic. And that's what quantum is saying. The underpinning of reality is not matter. It is existence shuddering. And you said existence. What is existence? So in a way, you are already revealing your spiritual progress when you said, why something? That's the real beginning of your spiritual journey.
Yes.
Existence is the word. Existence.
Existence, yes. What is existence?
It seems like a casual word. It exists. No, it's not casual. When you have spiritual experience, existence that appears like a casual word will hit you in the face. You go, oh, I exist, like that. Existence is central. What exists is secondary. Existence is central. Whatever exists, me, you, is secondary. It's not important. That's the way you get the spiritual experience. You establish yourself into existence rather than what exists.
Yes.
I'm just playing with words. It's serious. It happens when you really are successful.
It's very, very nice. I'm wondering if we have any questions actually, because people are watching and maybe asking questions.
And at least apart from you and me, who else is watching?
I don't know who is watching. I know some people at least who are watching. I can't see.
It's all right. It's a good chat within two of us.
Sorry, what did you say?
It's good to have a chat within just two of us. It's more private. It's better.
Yes, exactly. We just pretend that nobody else is here. Okay. I don't know if I can ask somebody if there are any questions. I don't get any response, but it's really amazing.
Annelies, we already enlightened the whole audience. Don't worry. No questions.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Maybe we should just be in the silence and let it resonate.
Yeah, actually, we have general feedbacks that people are spellbound and speechless. So I really thank you very much, and I would have loved to listen more and more to your conversation because it's so fascinating and so enriching and enlightening. Sincerely, it's thank you very much. It we could all stay longer, I think. But the time is up, so I would love really to thank you, Mr. Lakhani, for all your sharing with us, and I hope that you will join us in another edition because we need this kind of talks. And thank you so much, Annelies, for your precious questions because you just make it to the point. So thank you from all of us, also in this team, because we really appreciated your intervention. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Lakhani. I'm really looking forward to having hearing very much more. I think.
Annelies, you are already a mother goddess. Don't worry.
Thank you. You're so kind.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
So we finally come to an end of this amazing and enriching day with this last speeches, this just last session that was really closed in a perfect way the day of today. So we hope that we all had the opportunity to explore a lot of different topics and discover more and more about ourselves. So now we'd love to know, how do you feel? So we would love to ask you, please, to jump on Mentimeter again, and to please to jump on Mentimeter from your phone or another device. And on the screen, you should be able to see the digit pin to participate to the session on Mentimeter. So when you are on Mentimeter, enter this pin and it should take you to our questions. There are this next one. So what is the one word you would use to describe your experience today at U 2.0? The pin code, just to remind you, is 314395. It was a long and enriching day, so I think everyone is taking some little time for thinking and for writing down something. So we'll just wait a little bit. So maybe I share with you something. It was really an enriching day for what I could see. And so we will close the day for today. We are thanking you very much for participating at today's session. And we invite you now to go to Padlet to write down your thoughts and feeling of the day. You will see the Padlet now on the screen that will start to be shown. And I just want to specify that if you couldn't attend to today's, you can still register and still join the day after. So it's not mandatory to just follow from today, from the first day. And okay, we have some Mentimeter now that are coming. What are you looking forward to learning or experiencing on day 2 of Youth Europe? More of the same. Everything. Lovely, inspirational. More inspired content. We have a lot of surprises for you, so you better be there tomorrow with us. And some big surprises also. So now I invite you again to go on Padlet and to share to us your thoughts and feeling of the day. And I invite you to join tomorrow's sessions. So now you can see the Padlet site. You can go and share with us your feelings and thoughts for the day of today. And you can follow us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at youth.2.0. Thank you very much all, and see you all tomorrow. Have a nice night or a nice afternoon, whatever you are. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.